Hi everyone, welcome back to the CAISTROLOGY channel, and if you're new here, welcome. My name is Kaylin and today I'm going to be covering your June 2025 horoscopes for all 12 zodiac signs. So you can watch your horoscope for your ascendant, sun and moon sign. If you have all time to watch all three, that's great. If you've only got time to watch one horoscope today, then I would recommend that you start off with your ascendant sign horoscope, which is also known as your rising sign horoscope. So before we get into the horoscopes today, I just wanted to let you know that I'm going to be experimenting a little bit with the format of these horoscopes. So instead of going in my usual chronological order, I'm actually going to be categorizing them by career, finances, love, property, and so on and so forth. So please feel free to share your feedback with me if you enjoyed it, or if you prefer the old format. I'm also happy for you to let me know in the comment section below. And lastly, I am on Instagram and Facebook, and I post very regular updates there about daily astrology transits and what to expect in the forthcoming days and weeks. So you can follow me at CAISTROLOGY. So without further ado, let's now get into Aries. Hi Aries, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June horoscope. First off, we're going to look at career for Aries individuals. The first half of the month is a really opportune time for you to focus on your career when it comes to expanding your existing business, if you own your own business, or maybe channeling energy and effort into some kind of startup or entrepreneurial work. If that's not your jam and you're already in a stable job, you're currently employed, then this would be a great time for you to ask for more responsibilities if that's what you're wanting. And this could even be a great time for you to ask for a promotion, or to even just touch base with your boss and see if there is any chance of a job title change, or just what your future career pathways are looking like at your existing company. So Mars is your ruling planet, which means whichever house it's transiting, whichever sign it's transiting, this is representative of you and where you're putting your energy and your attention. This would also be a great time for you to take risks in business, and also anything that really involves displaying leadership, or perhaps something that involves being in the spotlight, such as public speaking, putting yourself out there, whether this is online. And this is because Mars being in the fifth house indicates that the spotlight is already on you anyway, and so it's a very creative time for you. And of course, Mars in Leo will be trining you as an Aries Sun, Moon and Rising, which is always very beneficial for you as an Aries individual. So when we shift to the second half of the month, so to be specific, Mars will be in Leo until the 16th of June, and then on the 17th of June, it's going to enter into the sign of Virgo. So again, we're still talking about career here, just remembering that I'm changing the format up for this month just to see what works. So basically, the second half of the month is really about tending to the more mundane, tedious tasks. So think life admin, problem solving skills, putting these to good use. And also you may have to go through some kind of conflict resolution program, or perhaps you are implementing it. If you own your own business, you may be looking at either reducing your workforce, or you could actually be going through some kind of vetting process to see if there are some eligible candidates that you may be wanting to bring on board. So from pretty much mid-month onwards, so again, the 17th of June onwards, this is a great time for you to be doing preliminary research into anything that you're wanting to take on as a work project. And just to give you the dates, Mars will be in Virgo from the 17th of June until the 6th of August. So that's how long Mars is going to be transiting your sixth house for, so you can apply this information to pretty much the whole month of July as well. So this is also a great time for you to approach investors and try and get them on board, and maybe raise some funds as well. Now, you may be looking at submitting important applications or proposals to government bodies or authority figures. And the reason I'm referencing this now is because we're going to see Saturn and Neptune in Aries, both receiving a square from Jupiter in Cancer. And so this will be around the 15th and 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world. So just the mere fact that we're going to have Saturn square Jupiter and Neptune square Jupiter, and both Saturn and Neptune being your signs, indicates that there is this strong determination for you to try and ground your dreams and fantasies, which is very Neptunian energy, into reality. So we've just had Saturn move into the sign of Aries as of the 25th of May. So this is a 3-month transit for 2025. So this energy will be with you until the 1st of September. And then Saturn is going to go back into Pisces for a little bit. And then it'll re-enter Aries once more on Valentine's Day next year in February. So long story short, June is a very, let's say, initiating, motivating energy when it comes to wanting to pursue your career goals and objectives, to try and expand your existing business or business ideas further, to do these mandatory preliminary research stints, and to also set yourself up financially for whatever projects you're wanting to pursue in the next months, and if not 2 or 3 years. Okay, so one last thing around mid-month, okay, so between about the 14th and I want to say the 20th of June, the potential downside of this astrological energy with the squares is that you may encounter bureaucratic red tape. So you could feel like you're reaching a bunch of dead ends professionally, whether that's in the people that you approach or the investors that you try and get on board, but now is not the time to give up. I would say that the astrological energy is supportive of you to continue to keep trying to push, to plead your case, not in a begging kind of way, but you catch my drift, right? So this is not the energy to give up. Saturn square Jupiter is asking you to push the envelope, keep appealing that decision more and more and more. Or if you really are getting nowhere with one potential pathway, then you may need to pivot. So the other way that this can play out is that the Saturn Jupiter square and the Neptune Jupiter square are asking you to try some different avenues because you may be a little bit rigid in how you are approaching this situation when it comes to career. So let's shift gears now and look at finances and property. All right, so Venus is going to enter the sign of Taurus on the 6th of June, and Venus will be transiting Taurus in your second house until the 4th of July. This is, typically speaking, a really good transit for finances and wealth, and that is because Venus is the planet which rules over finances and resources, and your second house is associated with your personal income as well as salary and resources too. So this can see you feeling more abundant. This can see you finding it easier to earn money, or perhaps you are doing a little bit of a stock take when it comes to how much you believe you are worth, whether this is what you should be paid or what you should be charging for certain services. And even if you're not necessarily seeing more money hit your bank account in June, at the very least, Venus transiting your second house can see you understanding the ways in which you can generate more wealth and maybe help you to shift some money mindset blockages and subconscious beliefs that are not serving you. So around mid-month, you may be inclined to approach someone to help you out financially with an investment. And I'm basing this on the Jupiter-Neptune square, which is occurring at 2 degrees, which is the Taurus degree. So it is naturally associated with finances and resources. And also Neptune rules over charities and donations and generosity. And Jupiter is basically the planet of wealth and abundance. So this Jupiter-Neptune square can indicate that you are wanting to ask someone to help you out, whether this is to help you out with property, with finances, with an investment, or something different. I would just say here, though, that there may be strings attached if you are getting the green light from someone when it comes to helping you out financially, and that is because the square between Jupiter and Saturn is kind of putting conditions on this generosity. So maybe this means that there is going to be interest owed, or you're not receiving the full amount, or the amount that you're asking for, or the help that you're asking for with resources. There may be some kind of delay, or you have to split the profits or something of that nature. Okay, so with property, you may be inclined to invest in property or real estate, and that is because Jupiter will be entering the sign of Cancer on the 10th of June, 9th of June, depending where you live in the world. So it will be transiting your 4th house for a good 12 months until the 30th of June, 2026. The 4th house is related to property and real estate. And so with Jupiter going through your 4th house, it can indicate that you're wanting to buy property, invest, maybe enter the real estate industry, whether this is buying and flipping, real estate sales, or even construction and development. So there could be a career shift towards something that relates to property, development, construction, and even gardening or land. All right, so there may be some very important decisions that you are making about your property and living situation, whether this is buying, selling, renting, relocating. And the reason I say this is because of the Jupiter-Saturn square and the Neptune, Jupiter-Saturn square and Jupiter-Neptune square, which are activating your 1st house, which represents the action that you want to take and the path that you want to take, plus your 4th house, which, like I said, represents your property and living circumstances. So I forgot to mention that I'm actually putting out a separate video on the Jupiter in Cancer transit. So if you're wanting to check that out, please subscribe to my channel and click the notification bell symbol, and that way you will receive a notification of when I release that, because I put a lot of time and energy into these Jupiter in Cancer predictions, and I wanted to do the transit justice rather than putting it in my usual horoscope format. So but a very quick note on that for you, Aries, is that the next 12 months, okay, so from the 9th or 10th of June through till early June 2026, you will be laser focused on things like property, real estate, land, gardening, agriculture, financial security, plus family matters, which I'll touch on a little bit later. Okay, so just a really quick note on health. I don't see any issues in the first couple of weeks. Some of you may even feel like you have higher levels of energy than normal with Mars in Leo trining you. That is what would be supporting those higher energy levels. Once Mars enters the sign of Virgo from the 17th of June onwards, this can see you focusing on fine-tuning certain health treatments that you may be receiving, or like an exercise routine, or focusing on your nutrition. Just a couple of time periods for you to be mindful of would be between about the 15th and the 20th of June, because on the 15th of June, we've got the Mars-Uranus square, and Mars is your chart ruler. So just be careful not to take any unnecessary risks that involve your physical body. Wouldn't be going skydiving that day, just as an example. But even from the 15th through till the 20th, with Jupiter square Saturn in your 1st house and Jupiter square Neptune in your 1st house, you may just be feeling like you're a bit burned out, or you could be burning the candle at both ends. So just take it easy during those days if it is possible. So switching gears once more, looking at love and relationships. The first half of the month with Mars transiting your 5th house and love and romance is very supportive of you putting yourself out there romantically speaking, whether that is asking someone out, going out on dates, maybe joining some online dating apps. And if that's not what you're feeling ready for or comfortable for, then what I would advise is saying yes to social invitations. So saying yes to that opportunity to go to a gathering or a party, or an event at someone's house, even like a networking event, even if it's for business, maybe you'll meet someone that way. Okay, and social events that you attend, such as parties and get-togethers, could lead to romantic developments between someone who's already in the picture, or maybe you'd be meeting someone that you find yourself interested in at one of these events. Okay, a bit of overlap in those two comments there. For those of you who are already in a romantic relationship, Mars transiting your 5th house for the first half of June can see your romantic life and your sex life receiving a bit of a boost. So there can be opportunities for you to spice things up in the bedroom, or maybe to surprise your partner, or maybe you're the one that is receiving the prize. I was gonna say the prize. Maybe you'll be receiving a gift. Anyway, I meant to say surprise. In terms of tense moments, there are a couple of dates that I wanted to throw out there, which would be the 10th of June. Okay, so we do have Venus square Pluto, Venus in Taurus square Pluto in Aquarius at that time. So maybe there can be some tense conversations that turn heated around that point, but otherwise the 15th of June does seem to be this date that I've flagged for a couple of different astrological reasons, with the Mars square Uranus aspect occurring there. So arguments could potentially get out of hand. Just on a different note, with the Jupiter-Neptune square and the Saturn-Jupiter square, I'm going to put that time period between the 15th and the 19th of June. You could be making important decisions about your long-term future with respect to your relationship. So where are we going? What do we want to do? Do we want to get engaged? Do we want to relocate? Do we want to get married? Do we want to have more children? What do we want to do with investments, etc., etc.? So that's for those of you who may already be in a relationship or married. When it comes to family and children, not gonna lie, the first half of the month with Mars transiting your 5th house could see there being more arguments with children, or a bit more tension, especially as you approach that mid-month mark around the 15th of June. So your children may be sort of acting up, being a little bit more rebellious. If you want to harness that energy and redirect it in a positive way, then I would suggest that you play sports with them, or you do something active with them, maybe go for a walk or a hike, or kick a soccer ball around, or whatever it is, or even get creative as well. Could be something artistic, but that Mars influence is asking you to do something physical with your child, something that's physically demanding and fun. So maybe spontaneity is the answer there. So maybe surprising your children with something could, like I said, redirect that energy. All right, so when it comes to legal matters, the dates that I've highlighted for you are the 11th of June, because we're going to have a full moon in Sagittarius, and that will be at 20 degrees occurring in your 9th house. So the 9th house is a legal house in astrology. To be fair, the full moon is trining you, so this is very beneficial, but because it is 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, this could just be bringing up matters that relate to mutual resources. So this could be with an ex, this could be alimony money or child support money, but on a different note, it could be some kind of development when it comes to an government application. So this could be for permanent residency or a visa or something like that. It doesn't have to relate to overseas matters, but like I said, the 11th of June could be, well, a clarifying time for you. So let me say this much. If you're expecting some kind of update, report, or outcome for a legal matter, I think the outcome will be something that's a little bit unexpected. Even if it's beneficial for you, could still just be unexpected. And B, oh my God, what was I going to say? Oh, no, I can't even remember. So look, for those of you who are waiting for an outcome to some kind of legal matter, I think you'll be getting it around the 11th of June, plus or minus about a week, maybe more. And also between around the 15th and 19th of June, You could be looking at signing important contracts or documents, or perhaps there will be a request from you to submit more information or some kind of evidence or proof or identity verification. And again, that is thanks to Saturn and Neptune both squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 4th house. So with travel and education, you may be committing to long-term education plans with Saturn and Neptune squaring Jupiter, Jupiter being the planet of learning and higher education. And also with travel, you may be committing to long-term travel plans with Saturn square Jupiter. So it's like, okay, in a few months' time, we're going to travel here, or planning to travel for an extended period of time. When it comes to short-term travel plans, I unfortunately would say that these have the potential to be disrupted around the middle of the month. So, the 2nd week and the 3rd week of June. Or perhaps you may just encounter some issues with border control, like needing to go through extra levels of security and so on and so forth. Lastly, we have a new moon in Cancer taking place on the 25th. And I forgot to add this to my notes for property and family. So just lastly here, towards the end of the month, there may be an opportunity for you to plant the seed to relocate, to buy, to sell. Maybe you are planning to have someone come and live with you, or you're wanting to go and live with someone else, or you're looking at renovations. And when it comes to family, the new moon in Cancer in your 4th house being conjunct Jupiter makes it extra potent and fertile. Could see some of you planning to conceive or actually falling pregnant around this time, or you could be looking at reopening up that conversation about, do we want kids? And if so, do we want to try the natural way? Do we want to adopt, foster, or go through the IVF process, etc., etc.? So there could be important decisions about the future of your family that you're making around the 25th of June, plus or minus a week. So Aries, thank you so much for watching your June horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and give the video a like. And if you're wanting to see more content on this channel, please subscribe. Enjoy your month ahead, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Hi Taurus, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. I'm a fellow Taurus, so I always love to do my Taurus horoscopes, and I've got good news to report straight off the bat, and that is that Venus, which is your ruling planet, will be entering the sign of Taurus from the 6th of June, and it will be there until the 4th of July. So this can see you experiencing improved vitality and better health across the board as well. So if there's been certain lower levels of energy that you've been experiencing, or fatigue, or just feeling like your recovery process from something that you may have been going through has been slower than what you would have wanted, then Venus going through your sign can give you a bit of a boost. And by the way, Taurus, I'm actually switching up my usual format in this video. So I'll be looking at things like health, career, business, finances, love, property and family, and so on and so forth. So it seems I've started with health, so I'm just going to carry on with health, and then we'll switch gears into looking at career. So if there was a date to watch out for, or 2 dates I'm going to give you actually, I would say the 2nd of June, and that is because Venus will be conjunct Chiron in Aries in your 12th house. So Venus being in your 12th house, just generally speaking, could have seen you experiencing fatigue and lower levels of energy throughout, well, pretty much, I want to say the 1st week of May onwards, or 2nd week of May. But again, the 2nd of June would be a time where you're more at risk of suffering from burnout, or just feeling a little bit under the weather. So just general weaker immunity around that day. So maybe even 1st to the 3rd of June, so very early days. But I repeat, from the 6th of June, Venus will be entering Taurus in your first house, which is really going to improve your vitality. All right, so on a different note, the 15th of June, we'll see Mars in Leo square Uranus in Taurus at 28 degrees. So specifically speaking, the 15th of June, do be careful not to take any really big risks with your health, such as, bungee jumping or whatever, those kinds of unnecessary risks, and also even things like arcing up and road rage or whatever. You're not wanting to provoke anyone, especially around the 15th of June. Not that Taurus is a very provocative sign, but once or twice a year we blow our top, don't we? All right, so switching gears, let's have a look at career and business. So with Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer on the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, and transiting your 3rd house, this can see you expanding your existing business. If you own your own business, you can, over the course of that 12-month period from about the 9th of June onwards, see an increase in clients, in the products that you're selling, the services that you're offering, and even just your knowledge of business and so on and so forth. So this can see you collaborating with more people. And of course, this is a 1-year transit. All right, so 12 months from the 9th of June through till the 30th of June in 2026. But we're really starting to see the groundwork be laid from about the 2nd week onwards in the month of June. So we're going to have Jupiter in Cancer in your 3rd house, square Saturn and Neptune in Aries in your 12th house on the 15th and the 18th or 19th of June respectively. So from about the 15th or even 14th through till the 20th of June, this can see you wanting to secure .coms, purchase business names, approach other people to maybe collaborate with them, maybe work on projects behind the scenes, whether these involve other people or not. So this will be a very fruitful time for you. There may even be some travel involved, and I'm just reminded by this really loud plane going overhead because your 12th house, where we have Neptune and Saturn, are associated with foreign, faraway places, and Jupiter is associated with travel. So there could be some travel plans that relate to your career and business that are being put into place in the month of June. So still talking about career here, from about the 17th of June onwards through till even the 1st week of August, there will be a big focus on entrepreneurial work, your own business if you own your own business, or maybe even research into starting your own business. And I say this because on the 17th of June, Mars will enter the sign of Virgo, so it will be trining you. And the 5th house in astrology is associated with owning our own business. Okay, so that's where I'm pulling that information from. And also there may even be an opportunity here in June that you happen across where someone is actually offering to pay for your education, or they're like, hey, I'll pay for you to start this course or to receive this certificate or diploma or what have you. And I say that because Jupiter is transiting your 3rd house, which is associated with certificates and diplomas and short-term education courses. And then the square to Neptune could be someone who is like I said, offering to pay for you, but there could be some strings attached here with Saturn's influence, such as you need to do this on top of your existing workload, or you'll need to sacrifice, this part of your day job in order to do this. Okay, so even if no one's paying for you to study, it could just be that you yourself are having to make some personal sacrifices in order for you to level up and upskill in general. So Taurus, before I continue, I just want to say that I am actually going to be putting out a separate video on Jupiter's transit through Cancer. So this will be a video which has predictions for all 12 zodiac signs. I go into so much detail. So if you're wanting to watch that, you can subscribe to the channel and click on the notification bell so that you receive notification of when that video is being released, but it'll be sometime in the next week or so. Certainly it'll be before Jupiter enters the sign of Cancer. Okay, so let's move along and now look at finances. Venus entering Taurus in your first house is good for finances in general because Taurus is the sign of money and Venus is a planet which rules over finances and resources. So this can indicate that your financial situation could be improving, or you can just feel like you're seeing an increase in sales, or you are putting up your prices potentially, and that is working for you because people are understanding that your prices are a good match for whatever it is that you're offering in the way of products and services, etc., etc. I would just say that with the full moon in Sagittarius on the 11th of June in your 8th house, this is triggering something here with your mutual resources. So something could be drawing to a close or could be illuminated for you, which could be potentially a little bit surprising. So for example, maybe you have some outstanding loose ends to tie up with a former business partner or with an ex-partner, and you are finding out that they maybe have been hoarding money or have not been truthful about what is actually rightfully yours or owed to you. Or on a different note, your agreement or your arrangement when it comes to alimony money, child support money, or even inheritances or beneficiaries could be shifting or changing. And there just seems to be an unexpected element to this because it is occurring in your 8th house, plus it's at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, which is further amplifying that energy of, you know, something that was a secret being revealed or coming to light. So when it comes to property and real estate, around mid-month, so 15th of June, there may be some kind of conversation or event that prompts you to reconsider your living situation and something to do with property and real estate. And I'm saying that because we've got Mars in Leo in your 4th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 1st house, okay? And it's at 28 degrees, so which is the Cancer degree. So we actually have this double activation to property and real estate matters. Okay, so on a different note, we're actually going to be having Mercury enter the sign of Leo, which is right towards the end of the month on the 27th of June. And then we're going to have a Mercury retrograde period in Leo, which will span across July and August. So there could be some kind of kernel of an idea about what you're wanting to do with your property and living situation, but I don't know that you would be taking action until the next couple of months, unless there was some sort of surprise notification that comes through around the 15th of June with the Mars-Uranus square. Okay, so your real estate or property situation isn't super activated for this month. Of course, we already talked about health. Moving along to love and relationships. So from the 17th of June onwards through till the first week of August, we're going to have Mars entering the sign of Virgo, which means it's going to be transiting your 5th house. So Mars is the ruler of your 7th house, which rules over love. It rules over your marriage partner or long-term relationships, but then the 5th house is associated with love, romance, dating, and sex. So having the ruler of the 7th house in the 5th house is actually quite positive for love and romance, and also it can improve your sex life as well. And Mars will be trining you, which can boost your vitality too. So just a little, added on piece when it comes to health. Some of you may be wanting to conceive during this period because the 5th house rules over children. All right, so you could be starting that journey. You could actually be getting pregnant around this time. When it comes to children, if you've already got children, fortunately, Mars through the 5th house is a period where there can be some arguments with your child or your children, or you can just feel like they are being a bit rebellious or acting up, or maybe just displaying quite an independent streak, so just feeling like, oh, you don't even need mummy or daddy anymore, you know? But in any case, if you're wanting to redirect that energy and harness it into something positive, then I would recommend playing sport with them or doing something active with them. Okay, so let's have a look. Legal matters. What we've really got showing up for legal matters would be the full moon in Sagittarius on the 11th of June in your 8th house. So there could be some kind of unexpected development when it comes to a legal matter. And I already sort of touched on that anyway with finances and resources. So it's like, how are we redistributing things? How are we separating our assets? Maybe you are simply having a will drawn up, or you're meeting with someone because you are the executor of a will, or perhaps you are actually hearing the results of a will being read out or announced around the 11th of June, or perhaps you are engaging the services of a solicitor. Okay, so lastly with legal matters, to be fair, Jupiter in your 3rd house and squaring Saturn and Neptune in your 12th house could actually indicate that you are wanting to dissolve certain contracts, okay, because the 12th house is about dissolving things. Or another way that that could play out is actually signing contracts or documents in secret. So it's something that's confidential, maybe like a non-disclosure agreement. Okay, so lastly, we have travel and education. So Jupiter transiting your 3rd house for 12 months can indicate that there may be a fair bit of local travel, so domestic travel over the course of the next 12 months. Perhaps you are enrolling in a course, or you're wanting to receive some kind of formal certificate or diploma. It could be something that takes a few months, 1 year, or perhaps through till around the 1st or 2nd quarter of 2028. These are just a few dates that come to mind in terms of the relevant astrological cycles. So Taurus, that's all I have for you for your June horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. If you're wanting to share your thoughts on this new format, I'm all ears. Please feel free to drop me a comment in the comment section below. In any case, wishing you a blessed month ahead, Taurus, and I'll see you guys in my next video. Hi Gemini, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. Let's start off by looking at career and business for you guys. And yes, I am changing up my usual format a little bit, so let me know what you think in the comment section below. Basically, Jupiter is going to be finishing its transit through Gemini in early June. So this is very, very significant for Geminis because we've been experiencing Jupiter transiting Gemini since sometime in May last year in 2024. So basically Jupiter will be entering the sign of Cancer on the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world. What this means for Gemini is that especially between about the 5th and the 9th of June, we may be experiencing some kind of big realization, epiphany, or perhaps there will be an important decision to be made in, well, pretty much let's just say the first 9 or 10 days of the month. And that is because once Jupiter gets to 29 degrees Gemini, it's like we're having to put something that we've learned over the course of the last 12 months into action. In any case, on the 9th of June, Mercury, which is Gemini's ruling planet, will be forming a conjunction with Jupiter, which only happens once every year. And so this will be at 29 degrees Gemini. So if you are a 27, 28, and especially 29 degree Gemini, then this is going to definitely impact you, and it will certainly be impacting me as a 28-degree Gemini rising. So this can indicate that there may be important contracts to sign. So maybe this is going into business with another person, getting engaged, getting married, or it could be the other side of that. Maybe you're wanting to separate from your partner or business partner. So basically it's involving the most important let's say rulers of your chart, because you've got Mercury ruling over your first house and your fourth house, which represents you, your path in life, and then your property and living situation and family. And then Jupiter rules over your seventh house, and it rules over your 10th house, which relates to your one-to-one relationships plus career and public persona and public reputation. So somehow the path in life that you're taking, your family, where you're living, your significant other, and your career will be impacted. Either elements of this, or it could all be sort of mushed in together in the first 9 or 10 days of the month. And when it comes to career and business, there could actually be an important conclusion to a work matter that takes place in the first 10 days of the month. So maybe you have been waiting for a promotion or waiting to hear about the outcome of an interview that you did, or wanting to hear back from your boss or a client on an important piece of work, or maybe a proposal that you've put forward. And also when it comes to career and business, if you're a Gemini sun, having Jupiter finally finish up its cycle through Gemini could indicate that there is an important new development with your career, even if you're a Gemini rising, maybe less so if you're a Gemini moon. And so there could be some kind of outcome or conclusion which you are seeing, or it's like, anyway, I'm just going to move on because I'm getting lost in the weeds here. I can feel it. So on the 11th of June, there's going to be a full moon in Sagittarius in your 7th house at 28 degrees. So this also highlights your contracts and agreements that you have with other people, whether this is your work employment agreement, or a contract or a business agreement that you have with your business partner or with a client. So full moons are all about something coming to a close or an end, or it can be like a situation reaching a natural peak or something being illuminated. So the full moon in your 7th house on the 11th of June can actually indicate that your business relationships or contracts and agreements are going in an unexpected direction. And that's because 20 degrees is the Scorpio degree. So for some of you, it could be like, oh, okay, that negotiation's not going in my favor, or I'm actually needing to double down on what value is it that I bring? Why am I asking for this promotion? Why do I charge this figure? Or on a different note, it could be an invitation for you to combine resources with another person or go into business with another person. But this could be something that's a little bit like, then I have to sacrifice some of my independence, or I'm not 100% sure on this business opportunity, even though it may feel quite lucrative. Okay, so I want to throw out some positive dates for business opportunities. Well, actually, it's only one date in particular that's jumping out at me here, but on the 28th of June, Mercury is going to trine Saturn in Aries, and then it is going to trine Neptune in Aries, all right? So Mercury will have entered Leo from the 27th or 26th of June, depending where you live in the world, and then it pretty much immediately starts trining Saturn and Neptune, which is super duper positive for anything that you want to do with business and collaborations. And that's because Saturn and Neptune will be in your 11th house, which rules over your long-term goals, long-term projects, plus passive and residual forms of income and collaborations. And then Mercury transiting your 3rd house is so good for networking and meeting new clients, and just really operating from this energy of a collaborative spirit, or maybe even working in a small team or a small group. Okay, so on the 29th of June, we are going to have Mercury in Leo opposite Pluto in Aquarius at 3 degrees. So look, it is coming off the back of the Mercury-Saturn trine and Mercury-Neptune trine. So I think that ultimately this could be quite a lucrative business opportunity that's coming through if it's playing out for you that way. But in any case, let's shift gears now and take a look at finances and property. Okay, so from the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, Jupiter is going to leave Gemini and then it's going to enter the sign of Cancer. PS, just real quick, I am going to be putting out a video for Jupiter in Cancer. So this will be predictions for all 12 signs. The content's already filmed. I just need to upload it. And basically, I wanted to do the transit justice for all of the 12 zodiac signs. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel and that you click the notification bell if you're wanting to receive news of when I've released that video. But coming back to this video here, we've got Jupiter transiting the sign of Cancer in your second house from the 9th, 10th of June through till the 30th of June in 2026. The second house is related to your personal income, finances, and resources. So Jupiter transiting your second house is fantastic for elevating your personal income, for generating more wealth and abundance. And by the way, this only happens once every 11 or 12 years. So this is not a common transit for you guys. So I want to make sure that my Geminis really capitalize on this, astrological energy, which is helping you to bolster and improve your financial situation. The second house is also a property house in astrology. So this can see you focusing over the next 12 months on increasing your property portfolio. Maybe you're wanting to invest, maybe you're wanting to buy and flip properties, maybe you're wanting to sell your existing property. Jupiter is about growth and expansion. So I don't really see this as you downsizing. If anything, I see this as you upsizing. So this could see you wanting to maybe expand your existing property, maybe renovate it, add another level, add another layer. On a different note, because Jupiter is associated with foreign travel, maybe you are wanting to purchase property overseas or maybe even interstate. All right, so another note here is that with Jupiter in Cancer in your second house, squaring Saturn and Neptune in Aries, you could be very focused on your long-term investments, passive forms of income, and perhaps you are going to be investing time or energy or investing in resources which are going to enable you to generate passive forms of income going forward. So it doesn't mean that you are laying all of the groundwork in June alone. No, this is really about putting in that foundational effort. Okay, so the other thing I wanted to note was that we're going to have Mars transit Virgo from the 17th of June through till the first week of August. So Mars will be transiting your fourth house, which relates to property and real estate. And we only experience this once every 2 and a bit years. And when that happens, it can be a time where we are renovating our existing property, fixing things up around the house, putting in a huge effort to tidy things up or repair things. It does have to be said that things can go wrong around the home and with property when we have Mars in the fourth house. So it can be like appliances breaking down. I have to put out a warning here for injuries that are sustained by using machinery and tools. So just be careful from mid-June through till the first week of August with Mars in your fourth house. But really, Mars going through your fourth house could just see some of you putting in that required effort to mobilize yourself and get ready for some kind of relocation process. Or perhaps you are looking at evicting tenants from an existing investment property that you have. Okay, so let's keep it moving and have a look at health. So it has to be said that between about the 6th and the 11th of June, health could potentially be challenged for you and for me, because I'm a Gemini rising. And I say this because in my experience, I've just noticed that when a planet gets to 29 degrees, especially if it's slow moving and especially if it is in our sign or it's like squaring us or opposing us, this can be a time where we are just experiencing lower levels of vitality. We're a little bit more susceptible to burnout, to accidents, or even just feeling weird and off. Okay, so I repeat, this is from the 6th till the 11th of June. The reason I'm talking about the 11th of June is because we're going to have the full moon in Sagittarius at 20 degrees, and 20 degrees is Scorpio energy, which traditionally can be kind of a challenging degree. And of course, like I said, the full moon is opposing you, Gemini. So on the 9th of June and the 10th of June, what we're going to see is Mercury square Saturn and Mercury square Neptune. So Mercury being your chart ruler indicates that there may be some kind of fatigue that you experience or burnout. And I'm going to put those dates in my calendar as well, because I'm double Mercury, unfortunately, as a Gemini Virgo. So like I said, we're really looking at the 6th till the 11th of June, but from there on, I don't really see any issues. Even in the last few days of the month, I actually think you're going to be feeling more energetic. You could have more vitality, more energy, because we're going to have Mercury sextile Uranus, and then Mercury entering Leo, Mercury trining Saturn and then Neptune. So this is all around the 26th, 27th and 28th of June. So there's really only just a few days to be mindful of. When it comes to love and relationships, there could be important developments around the 11th of June, plus or minus a week, and that's thanks to the full moon in Sagittarius in your 7th house. So that is for those of you who are already in romantic relationships or who are already married. On a different note, there could be unexpected proposals around that time. So maybe if things are not exclusive with another person, it could be like, what's happening with us? Are we wanting to be exclusive? What's in our future? With Venus transiting your 12th house, which is actually from the 6th of June through to the 4th of July, this could improve matters when it comes to intimacy, or just, let's say, your sex life with your partner as well, because Venus is at home in the sign of Taurus, and the 12th house is one of the houses that is associated with intimacy. Okay, so other than that, there's not too many activations when it comes to your love and love life and relationship sector. So let's move it along and have a look at family and children. Okay, so the second half of the month, there could be some kind of flare-up or discord with flatmates, family, perhaps children. And that's because Mars will be transiting your 4th house from the 17th of June through till the first week of August. So that's something to be mindful of, that tensions may be running high during that time. In saying that, a different way that this could play out is that you may be preparing to expand your family further, or perhaps you are looking at just renovating your property with your significant other, or perhaps you are preparing to have family over as well. Okay, so it could be that you are hosting and having to put a lot of effort into family in that way. When it comes to legal matters, the highlighted dates here would be, or highlighted, let's say, astrological energy would be the 9th of June, because we have that Mercury-Jupiter conjunction at 29 degrees. So that seems significant to me. even the full moon in Sagittarius in the 7th house, there could be important decisions about your shared mutual resources. If you have some kind of legal matter that you are awaiting the outcome for, I think that'll be coming through around the 11th of June, plus or minus maybe a week. Or perhaps you are putting legal frameworks into place so that you can go into business with another person, or perhaps you are looking at tidying up things like your privacy agreement, terms and conditions, or anything that is associated with freelance work or your online business, or just your business in general if you do own your own business. Okay, so that's pretty much it for legal matters. Although, yeah, I guess having Jupiter in your 2nd house could indicate that you maybe have legal matters to attend to that do involve property and real estate, especially because of that square to Saturn and Neptune in your 11th house. So lastly, Gemini, in the first 9 or 10 days of the month, you could be completing some kind of training or education course, just as we're seeing Jupiter drawing to a close in the sign of Gemini. And once Jupiter moves into Cancer, which, like I said, is around the 9th or 10th of June for 12 months, this could indicate that you are wanting to, over the course of that 1-year period, learn about finances, learn about how to invest your money, learning about property, real estate, or maybe something to do with cooking or gardening. So those seem to be the targeted areas of what you are wanting to learn and expand your awareness in. Okay, Gemini, so thank you very much for watching your June horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you're wanting to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your month ahead, and I will see you guys in my next video. Hi Cancer, Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. So you guys are really the talk of the town this month, and that's because Jupiter will be leaving the sign of Gemini and entering the sign of Cancer for the first time since 2013 and 2014. So this is a new 12-month transit, which is really just going to add this new layer of growth and expansion to your life. I'm going to go into a lot of detail in this in my new Jupiter and Cancer video, which I'll be releasing soon. So if you're wanting to watch my separate predictions video for Jupiter and Cancer, you can do so by subscribing to the channel, and that way you'll receive notification of when that video has been released, but it'll be coming out pretty soon. I've already filmed it. I've just got to cut it together and put it all up. So the way that I've structured these horoscopes for this month is we're going to be looking at career and business, finance and property, love and relationships, plus family, children and health, etc., etc. So let me know in the comment section below what you think of the new format, but let's just cut right to it. Okay, so when we look at career and business, there is a strong activation here from pretty much the mid-month onwards, and that's because from the 17th of June, Mars is going to be entering Virgo, which means it will be transiting your 3rd house, and the 3rd house is one of the business houses in astrology. So basically this can see you initiating new projects. By the way, this will last from the 17th of June through till the 1st week of August. So you could be channeling a lot of your energy and effort into new projects, into new career objectives as well. I would say to just be careful not to basically stoke the fire when it comes to difficult co-workers that you may have to deal with. On a different note, having Saturn and Neptune transit your 10th house, Aries in your 10th house, is going to put the spotlight on your career and your public reputation and persona for years to come, especially having Saturn transit there. So Saturn first entered Aries on the 24th or 25th of May, depending where you live in the world. And we're going to have Jupiter square Saturn, so Jupiter in Cancer in your 1st house, square Saturn in Aries in your 10th house, plus Jupiter in Cancer in your 1st house, square Neptune in Aries in your 10th house. So this will be around the 15th of June, plus 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world. So mid-month in particular can be a time where you have an opportunity for a stretch goal in your career. Maybe you're putting your hand up for a promotion. Maybe you will be having an important conversation with your boss or boss's boss, or basically someone who's an authority figure at your work. Perhaps if you own your own business, this could see you looking to lay the foundation in order for you to expand your career further. So there could be some kind of groundwork that you are laying in the month of June, and relevant time periods could be February 2026, because that's when Saturn will re-enter the sign of Aries, so that's next year, or potentially June or July 2026 when Jupiter is finally finished up in the sign of Cancer. Or we could even be padding this out to April 2028 when Saturn leaves Aries, or even if it's a super long-term goal, 2039, which is when Neptune will finish in Aries. So that could be some relevant time periods for you when it comes to career goals, milestones, and a bit of a where do I want to be at this point, and that point going forward. So long story short, when it comes to career and business, June is a very activating month for you. Your actions will be very visible. So whatever content you are putting out there, whatever conversations you are having publicly, whether this is at or in the lobby of your workplace, or even if you're having a conversation with your boss at work, maybe people are able to listen somehow. So just be mindful that conversations that you want to be private may not necessarily be private if they're taking place between about the 15th and the 19th of June. If you're wanting to let's say secure .coms, domain names, business names, etc., from about mid-month onwards, so the second half of June would be a very positive time for you to do so. So I would just say with Mars in Virgo in the third house to be mindful that you're not rubbing clients up the wrong way. So again, this would be from about the 17th of June through till the first week of August. With Mars in the third house, they could find you to be a bit pushy or a bit brash. I mean, most Cancers are not that, unless you also have, Mars conjunct the Sun or something else in your chart that makes you quite assertive. So you may not be coming off as, let's say, unobtrusive as what you're wanting to be around this time. So that is something to be mindful of. Shifting gears and looking at finances and property. Okay, so in the first half of the month, so as we've entered the month in June, going through till about the 16th of June, we're going to have Mars in Leo in your second house. So when Mars is in the second house, which happens every 2 and a bit years, this can be a time where there are a lot of expenses. We're just having to pay bills left and right. So this can be a time where you are just having to maybe pay off debts, pay bills, or there could be an exciting investment that you are making around this time, or simply a lot of expenses. When it comes to property, well, the second house is one of the property houses in astrology. The other house would be the 4th house. So ultimately, Mars going through Leo for the first half of the month could see you basically taking action, which is the function of Mars, towards changing your property and living situation. But zooming out to the bigger picture here, Jupiter in Cancer for 12 months can absolutely indicate a change of living situation for you as a Cancer, because Cancer is the sign that is associated with property and real estate. And so Jupiter is exalted in Cancer, first of all, which is amazing for everyone, not just Cancers. But basically this can see you during the next 12 months, possibly buying, relocating, investing, so increasing your property portfolio. You could be looking at facilitating an interstate move or even an international move. And that is because Jupiter is one of the planets that is associated with travel All right, so even having Jupiter in Cancer square Saturn in your 10th house and square Neptune in your 10th house, which again is around the 15th and 18th or 19th of June, could see you putting in some kind of application for maybe a visa, or maybe you are looking to travel for business related reasons. So maybe you are going to have your travel be funded by another person. And when I say travel, I mean, your interstate or international relocation. On the 25th of June, we're going to have a new moon in Cancer take place at 4 degrees, which again, 4 degrees is the Cancer degree, which means it's inherently associated with property and real estate. So this can see, and it's conjunct Jupiter. Like, wow, to have Jupiter so closely conjunct the new moon, just 1 degree off, is very exciting. So this could indicate that towards the end of the month, you may be planting those seeds or having those important conversations, or maybe even putting together those preliminary documents necessary to facilitate some kind of relocation process. So I repeat, that's the 25th of June, plus or minus a week, maybe even 2 weeks. In any case, Jupiter is transiting Cancer, the sign of property and real estate, for 12 months. So you don't have to necessarily move or buy a property in June. I just think it's highly likely that a lot of Cancers will be moving within the next 12 months or procuring property somehow, especially if you are a a Cancer moon or a Cancer rising. I have to say, like, in the year that I've been living here, I've never heard so many planes go over my property. It's insane to me. So this to me just reinforces that message that there could be an interstate move or an international move. I was going to talk about health next, but seeing as we're already on the topic, let's talk about travel and also education. So Jupiter is associated with travel and education. To have Jupiter transit your first house, to have it transit your sign, is indicative of there being possibly a great deal of travel over the course of the next 12 months. So this could be interstate, this could be international. I've just had Jupiter transit my ascendant sign, which is Gemini, and before that it was transiting my sun sign, which is Taurus, and I am not kidding you when I say I've never traveled so much in my entire life. And I share this because you're about to have Jupiter transit your sign, so that could be something that is a big part of your next 12 months. I do have to say that if you have existing travel plans in the month of June, there could be a spanner thrown in the works because of this square to Saturn and this square to Neptune around the middle of the month. So if you're traveling, honestly, anywhere between like the 10th of June and maybe 22nd to the 25th of June, your travel plans may go awry, meaning that your flights may be changed. There could be delays, maybe missing flights for a few of you, or you may have to shorten trips or extend trips, or there could just be additional information required for things like visas or health checks and so on and so forth. Okay, so when it comes to education, same deal with having Jupiter transit my ascendant sign in particular. I've honestly just done so much reading. I've read books, articles. I'm constantly listening to podcasts. It's maybe a little bit unhealthy. I'm going to have to probably address that. But in any case, having Jupiter transit your sign can see you maybe enrolling in a higher level of education. So maybe college, university, perhaps something that's going to take about 12 months to complete for some of you, because Jupiter's transit through Cancer is 12 months, or maybe even 11 or 12 years. This could be a time where you are maybe receiving support for your education from your workplace, or you could be applying for a scholarship. And I do highly advise that if there are scholarships or education grants available, that you apply for those in the month of June, because the square to Neptune and Saturn from Jupiter could see you being successful in that department. All right, so now we've looked at career and business, we've talked about property and real estate and travel and education. Let's have a little look-see at health. So for the most part, Jupiter transiting Cancer will do good things for your health, because Jupiter is a planet which bestows blessings and abundance. Okay, but in saying that, having Jupiter in Cancer squaring Saturn and Neptune around the mid-month could see there being some challenge days, but for health challenging, I mean to say, between about the 15th and the 19th or the 20th of June. So I don't see this as being a huge issue. It's just a bit of a flagging for you guys that could be a time where you're experiencing burnout or feeling a little bit under the weather, or you may just need a bit more rest than normal, because there is definitely potential for burning the candle at both ends. Just one more thing on the health front. If there's been some kind of chronic condition or health issue that you've been dealing with for however long, I just really want to reiterate that Jupiter transiting Cancer in the sign of its exaltation is something that can be very beneficial for you when it comes to health and vitality. Okay, so now let's have a look at love and relationships. So Jupiter transiting your sign is so positive for romance and for love. So if there has been a dry spell, or you've just felt like your love life needs a bit of reinvigorating or a bit of a boost, Jupiter transiting your sign can certainly help with that. I do want to say that you may not feel like that in June. Okay, so you may feel like stuff with relationships is kind of challenging, especially around that mid-month point. So I only flag that with you because I don't want you to watch this and be like, I feel the opposite of this, when it's, you know, around those around the second and the third week of June. But I'm talking about this transit as a whole for 12 months, because Jupiter is going to be improving your relationships, but with that there may be some kind of pressure for you to, let's say, redefine what your relationship is with the Jupiter-Saturn square and the Jupiter-Neptune square. So there could be some tension around that middle 5-6 days of the month. But let's say for those of you who are already in existing relationships, you may just be wanting to take things to the next level. So Jupiter square Saturn and Neptune could be asking you to talk about, what is our future? What are next steps? Are we making our relationship official? Are we making it public? Especially because Saturn rules over your 7th house, which rules over marriage and long-term relationships. So also around the 25th of June, well, on the 25th of June, we've got a new moon in Cancer, and that will be at 4 degrees, which again relates to property and living situations. So romantically speaking, if you don't live with your significant other, you could be talking about moving in together, or you could be talking about buying a property together. When we look at family and children, again, Jupiter transiting Cancer is positive for this, especially if you're a Cancer moon or if you're a Cancer rising. In saying that, there can be some flare-ups with siblings in particular, or maybe extended relatives such as uncles, aunties, and cousins from about the 17th of June through till the first week of August, because that's when we're going to have Mars transiting Virgo in your 3rd house. So just be mindful that you're not getting embroiled in unnecessary disagreements with siblings and extended relatives around that time. Children, okay. If you're wanting to start a family, this is such a positive transit for you. Again, we're talking about Jupiter and Cancer here for 12 months. This can see you being quite fertile, quite family oriented. If you're a Cancer moon, this is a blessing upon your family life in general. But again, if you're wanting to start a family, The astrological energy can lend itself well to this around the 25th of June, plus or minus 1 or so weeks, because of the new moon in Cancer at 4 degrees, which is going to be conjunct Jupiter. So this is like a super duper fertile new moon for you. And on a different note, if you already have children, around the middle of the month with the Jupiter-Saturn square and Jupiter-Neptune square, you could really be reframing your parenting approach, especially when it comes to discipline and being an authority figure, thanks to the influence of Saturn. Okay, so with respect to legal matters, Jupiter transiting your sign for 12 months can bring these up in a big way, because for you, Jupiter rules over your 6th house, which is one of the houses that's associated with legal matters such as tribunals, conflict resolution, engaging the services of a solicitor. And also Jupiter rules over your 9th house, which is one of the legal houses, and Jupiter is one of the legal planets. So Jupiter going through your 1st house could indicate that there are a few legal matters actually that come up over the course of the next 12 months. But zooming into June, you could actually be looking at having important contracts drawn up around 15th, 16th of June, or even 18th or 19th of June. And with the full moon in Sagittarius, which is occurring in your 6th house, that's on the 11th of June at 20 degrees. This could indicate that there may be some kind of legal situation which is somehow being highlighted once more. So this would be something that you're already aware of because of the energy of the full moon. Full moons are about closure or epiphanies or awakenings or realizations. So a full moon in your 6th house could indicate that you are receiving an update or a notification on some kind of legal matter. Okay, Cancer, so thank you for watching your June horoscope. If you enjoyed it, please give the video a thumbs up. And if you're wanting to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Enjoy your month ahead, Cancer, and enjoy this exciting transit of Jupiter and Cancer in your 1st house, and I'll see you in my next video. Hi Leo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. So I'm going to start off by looking at career and business for you. So the first half of the month, you will still have Mars in Leo in your 1st house, which means that whatever you put your mind to, you can really achieve with flying colors, and that is because Mars is the planet which represents our willpower. So this can see you having access to higher than usual levels of energy and vitality, and this also affords you this tenacity. It's not like Leos don't have that already, but it's just extra heightened when you have Mars in your 1st house. So that will be until the 16th of June. From the 6th of June to the 4th of July, Venus will be transiting your 10th house. So this can indicate that you are being received more favorably by your boss or anyone who's, let's say, an authority figure at your workplace. When Venus transits your 10th house, this can see you coming off as more charming, more appealing, more diplomatic as well. So I repeat, Venus transiting your 10th house is from the 6th till the 4th of July. So during that period of time, if you're wanting to make requests of your boss, whether this is potentially for a promotion or for additional benefits, or maybe even to have some time off, then you may want to do so during that nearly 4-week period. So in terms of some dates to watch out for that could be a bit more challenging in energy, on the 15th of June, I would just say be mindful of how you're coming across professionally speaking, or maybe if you're having to give a public speech or you're in the public eye. And that's because Mars in Leo will square Uranus in Taurus at 28 degrees. So that would not be the day that I would be picking to have an important conversation with my boss, for example, if I had a boss, that is. But obviously this is what I do full time. So in any case, a couple of other dates that I wanted to throw out to you were the Sun in Cancer in your 12th house squaring Saturn and then Neptune, and that's going to be on the 22nd or 23rd of June, depending where you live in the world. So around that time, so I'm going to repeat myself here, the 15th of June and then 22nd, 23rd of June, these can be the more challenging days in career and business. So with Sun square Neptune and Sun square Saturn, this can see the best of intentions going awry. So maybe what you were saying is being misconstrued around this time, or at least it has the potential to. So if you can sort of stay out of the limelight around that time, or stay out of your boss's hair, then I would do so. In terms of some more favorable points of the month, I did want to flag with you the 9th of June. So I've got Mercury conjunct Jupiter at 29 degrees. So there could be an important business proposal that lands in your lap, or that you're putting forward to someone else. There could be an opportunity to collaborate with another person around this time, and maybe you're having those important discussions around the 9th of June. And also, I just wanted to flag with you, let's say about a 3-week period of Uranus being at 29 degrees Taurus. So that will be from the 18th of June through till the 8th of July. So during that whole period, Uranus is going to be squaring you as a Leo sun, moon, or rising. This is more so relevant if you are a Leo at around 27, 28, 29 degrees. So you could actually be closing out an old cycle. So perhaps you've been working somewhere and you're feeling like it's time for you to move on to a new job or company, or you could be shifting industries, especially if you've been in the same sector for about 7 or 8 years, or if maybe you've owned your business for this period of time, that could be significant to you somehow. That's only going to be for a select few of you, but I just wanted to flag it with you because basically Uranus has been transiting Taurus in your 10th house since about 2018. So this could have been a very disruptive time for you professionally speaking, where sometimes you were maybe employed, other times not employed, or there could have just been a lot of big changes to your workplace and the company that you work for in general. So I think you'll actually be quite excited to know that Uranus will be stepping into Gemini as of next month in July, which can take some of the heat off this unpredictable element that has possibly been part of your professional life for the last 7 or 8 years. So when we look at finances and property, well, Mars will be transiting Virgo in your 2nd house from the 17th of June, through till about the first week of August. So that's a good nearly 2 months, bit under, of Mars in your 2nd house. And when we experience this transit, actually there can be a lot of bills and a lot of expenses that we're having to contend to with that during that time. It doesn't need to be a negative thing. It could just be that, it's a time where a lot of your bills are coming in at once. On a different note, Jupiter will be entering the sign of Cancer as of the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world. So this will be a 12-month period of Jupiter going through your 12th house. So on one level, Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer, so it loves to be in the sign of Cancer. But on a different note, Jupiter going through the 12th house is actually a transit that can indicate there being some significant expenses. And this could just be that you are making a lot of investments during this period of time, or perhaps you are making some financial sacrifices in order to prepare for laying the foundation for something that you're wanting to welcome into your life in the long term, especially as we're going to have Jupiter and Cancer in your 12th house squaring Saturn and Neptune in your 9th house. So many of you could be making significant investments in things to do with travel, import and export, publishing, maybe something that involves taking your business to a global level, or for travel reasons. So you could be spending a lot of money for travel purposes. Okay, so there's not too much to report when it comes to finances this month. There's nothing super duper significant happening other than what I have just mentioned. With respect to property, okay, having Mars transit your second house could indicate that you are taking action towards, or preparing to take action towards, a possible property relocation shift. And I say this because Mars rules over your fourth house, which is Scorpio, and your second house is one of the property houses. So it could actually be that you are wanting to invest in things for your property. This could be like erecting a shed, maybe engaging the services of someone to come in and do some renovations to your property or to your land. That could be another way that that is playing out for you. Again, not too much to report on the property front, and I don't want to just make it up. I'm either seeing it in the chart or I'm not. Of course, if you are wanting to get a more well-rounded horoscope, you can either watch for your sun, moon, and rising, or invest in a private one-on-one reading. I'll leave a link for that in the description box below. When it comes to health, having Mars transit your first house can see you actually working out more, maybe even achieving certain health and fitness goals. So Mars in your first house can see you experiencing higher levels of vitality. This can see you actually having the propensity to develop more muscle and to achieve personal best in some kind of physical exercise capacity. It does have to be said that when Mars transits the first house, we are a bit more accident prone. So again, this will be for pretty much the first 2 weeks of the month. You may just be a little bit more likely to experience some kind of injury or accident, especially while you're working out. So just be mindful. If I had to throw out a couple of dates there that could be challenging for you health-wise, I would say around the 15th of June, when we have Mars in Leo in your first house, square Uranus in Taurus in your 10th house. Okay, so that's sometimes an aspect that can lend itself to having an unexpected accident. So I certainly wouldn't be taking any big risks during that period of time, and do be careful on the roads around the 15th of June. Another date that I wanted to throw out there was around the 22nd and 23rd of June. Okay, and that is because the sun, which is your ruling planet, will be in your 12th house, which can already kind of make us feel a little bit more tired, a little bit more lethargic, although it is countered by, no, there's no overlap there with Mars in Leo and Sun in Cancer. So anyway, 22nd, 23rd of June, Sun in Cancer is going to square Saturn, and it's going to square Neptune. So this can see you just feeling a little bit more tired around this time, maybe feeling a little bit more forgetful, and just maybe requiring more sleep than what is your usual, your normal. But in general, I wanted to note that Saturn is trining you and Neptune is trining you. Okay, so Saturn and Neptune are in Aries in your 9th house, and they're trining your ascendant sun or moon. This is very positive, more so if you are an early degree Leo. So I'm talking 0 to about 3 or 4 degrees, which would be, the first 4 or 5 days of Leo season if you are a Leo sun. But just in general, I want to flag with you that Saturn and Neptune in Aries trining you is beneficial for your health, because Neptune rules over hormones, it rules over the lymphatic system, it also rules over sleep and our sleep quality, and Saturn rules over the aging process and bones, and it rules over the skeletal system and whatnot. So having these two planets trining you can actually indicate that over the next couple of years, or even 3 or more years, you can experience a potential upward tick in your health and in your vitality levels, and maybe that will require you changing your lifestyle, being more disciplined, and possibly getting adequate or appropriate treatment if that is something that is relevant to you. Okay, so switching gears now, looking at love and relationships. So again, we're going to be talking about Saturn and Neptune in your 9th house and trining you. This is positive because while it's trining your ascendant, it's also trining the 5th house as well. So this can see you experiencing more stability if you're already in a long-term relationship, or more unconditional love and kindness and compassion from your significant other. If you are not in a long-term relationship, then when it comes to love and relationships, having Mars transit your 1st house for the first 2 weeks of the month can see you feeling more attractive, more sexy, like you have the courage to put yourself out there and maybe ask someone out, or just test the waters in that department. I will say that on the 11th of June, we are going to have a full moon in Sagittarius in your 5th house at 20 degrees. And the 5th house rules over our love life, romantic life, and also sex life too. 20 degrees is a Scorpio degree, so this has scorpionic influences too. On one hand, this full moon is trining you from the 5th house, which is really positive. But on the other level, the full moons at the Scorpio degree can indicate a bit of drama or something being unexpected. So in a nutshell, the full moon in the 5th house can indicate there being some kind of development in your love life or romantic life that just maybe takes you by surprise, catches you a little bit off guard. If it's playing out in a positive way, maybe you are breaking through to another level of intimacy with the person that you are interested in. But on a potential downside, it could be that you're discovering something about the person that you're interested in that makes you go a little bit, like, I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so moving along and looking at family and children. Same deal, the 5th house rules over children. So the full moon here in your 5th house on the 11th of June can see one, or maybe your children in general, kind of acting up, being a bit rebellious, or maybe you're discovering something about your child that you are finding to be quite surprising. Having the, let's just see, Sun conjunct Jupiter could potentially see you actually getting pregnant, or maybe your partner is getting pregnant, and the date for that is on the 25th of June, and it actually coincides with a new moon in Cancer at 4 degrees, which also relates to family. All right, so if you're wanting to start a family, if you're wanting to expand your existing family further, then certainly the 25th of June, plus or minus, a few days or even a week, is a super fertile time. And if you're not wanting to start a family, then I would say be extra careful around the date of Sun conjunct Jupiter. And by the way, I actually did have this as a date I wanted to just throw out in general, that it's a very important annual event for Leos when the Sun forms its annual conjunction with Jupiter, because Jupiter is the planet of wealth, abundance, and prosperity, and the Sun is, of course, your ruling planet or luminary. Okay, so this will be occurring on the 25th of June at 3 degrees in Cancer in your 12th house. So the 12th house is more of a hidden house in astrology, so you may not feel like anything is happening on the physical plane or on a tangible level, but let me tell you that this is very supportive for your spiritual growth, for healing, for clearing out old self-sabotaging behaviors or subconscious belief systems. Okay, so that is something to note. And lastly, for the month, a quick look at legal matters and also travel and education. So Saturn and Neptune are in your 9th house at present, and this is highlighting the areas of travel, education, and the legal system. Okay, so Around the 15th and even 18th, 19th of June, this is when we're going to see Jupiter square Saturn in Aries and Jupiter in Cancer square Neptune in Aries. So legal matters could be coming up for review around that second and third week of June. And if you are wanting to bring legal action against another person or seek out the advice of a solicitor or a legal team, then those would be great dates to look into that. And when it comes to travel and education, well, you may be looking at purchasing a ticket around 15th, well, between, let's say, even 14th of June and 20th of June, and it may require you to spend more than what you were hoping. But I would also ask you to consider buying a flexi ticket, so a ticket that allows you to change dates if it's needed. And lastly, when it comes to education, this is a great time for you to enroll in a higher level of education, or there may be an opportunity here for you to expand your existing education further, but there may be some kind of financial or material sacrifice that goes alongside it. Okay, Leo, so that's all I have for you for your June horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up. And if you're wanting to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Just a quick note, something I forgot to mention was that I will soon be putting out my Jupiter in Cancer predictions video for all 12 signs. So that will be up on my YouTube channel pretty much sometime between now and the first few days of June. So do hit the subscribe button if you're wanting to check that out. But in any case, enjoy your month ahead, Leo, and I will see you guys in my next video. Hi Virgo, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. So let's start off by looking at career and business. On the 9th or 10th of June, Jupiter is going to leave the sign of Gemini, where it's been for the last 12 months, and it's going to enter the sign of Cancer. So that means that for the first 9 or 10 days of June, you could actually be closing out some kind of professional milestone or career opportunity. This could be a time where you are maybe receiving feedback or some kind of let's say assessment from your boss or an authority figure. And for others of you, this could see you actually entering into a lucrative collaboration or business opportunity. And I really want to highlight the 9th of June for you, because this is when Jupiter and Mercury are going to form a conjunction at 29 degrees. So Mercury is the ruling planet for Virgo, and Jupiter rules over your 10th house, which is associated with business partnerships, contracts, clients, and negotiations, and so on and so forth. So basically the first 9 or 10 days of the month could be a period where you are kicking goals professionally speaking. There may be important milestones that you are achieving, and some of you may actually be walking away from a job or from a professional title that you hold around this point in time. All right, so from the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, Jupiter is going to enter the sign of Cancer. So that means it's going to be transiting your 11th house. So as it relates to career and business, this is actually indicative of collaborating with new people, expanding your existing network, reaching a greater, larger audience, especially if you have an online social media presence and platform. On a different note, this can see you basically going into business with other people or having people invest in your business. All right, so from the second half of the month onwards, we're going to have Mars entering the sign of Virgo. So this will be from the 17th of June through till the first week of August. So that means that Mars will actually be transiting your first house. And for you, Mars rules over your third house, which is the sign of Scorpio on that third house cusp, plus it rules over your 8th house, which relates to mutual resources. So having Mars transit your first house can see you actually combining your mutual resources with other people. This can see you going into business with maybe friends or having to work with a small team. On a different note, this can see you being very business oriented and focused. So even if you're not working with other people, you could just be channeling a lot of your energy and effort into business matters. And don't forget, Virgo is the sign of service, and it is, it's such helpful energy, us Virgos, because I'm a Virgo moon as well. So Mars just transiting Virgo in general is a very work-centric transit, even if a person is not a Virgo, So in any case, in terms of a couple of positive points for business, all right, we've got Mercury trining Saturn and Neptune. So that's on the 28th of June. On the 29th of June, Mercury will oppose Pluto in Aquarius. And normally this can be a tricky sort of transit, but because it is coinciding with this trine to Saturn and Neptune, I actually think that will have a positive impact. So let's put it this way. In the last 3-4 days of the month, there can be a window of opportunity for you to level up professionally speaking. I think this would be a great time to put forward a proposal of collaboration, or maybe even try and negotiate a higher salary with your boss. Or if you are in negotiations for other reasons, then I think that you can push the envelope a little bit and get more bang for your buck, so to speak. So shifting gears, let's have a look at finances and property. So there will be a full moon in Sagittarius on the 11th of June, and this will be occurring in your 4th house. So first of all, the 4th house is associated with property, real estate, and your living circumstances. So when we have full moons and new moons to the 4th house, they tend to bring up themes surrounding our property and living situation. Because this full moon is at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, unfortunately, there can be some kind of tension that is existing here with this full moon, or that's running alongside that full moon. So this can indicate there being some kind of unexpected development when it comes to your living situation. So for some of you, this could be having to unexpectedly relocate from your residence. Maybe that is temporary, maybe that is permanent. For others of you, maybe you're just deciding that you're wanting to move, and this could be coming about really quickly. So for example, maybe you weren't planning to sell your property, but someone gives you an offer that you feel that you can't refuse. For others of you, there could just be a really exciting opportunity for you to relocate elsewhere, and you're like, okay, we hadn't planned this, but this opportunity has just fallen into our laps. Or you personally, even if you're not living with other people, maybe this is just impacting you, and you're like, okay, this sounds like a great opportunity, and I want to take it with both hands. On a different note, we are going to see Jupiter transiting your 11th house in Cancer for 12 months. And just quickly on that note, I'm putting out a separate Jupiter in Cancer video, so that'll be predictions for all 12 signs. It's already filmed and done and dusted. I just need to cut it together and upload it. So if you're wanting to watch your Jupiter in Cancer predictions, be sure to subscribe to the channel and click on the notification bell, and that way you'll be notified of when that video is available. I digress. So with Jupiter transiting your 11th house and ruling over your 4th house of property and living circumstances, this indicates to me that Virgos are thinking about their long-term property goals. And also Jupiter is going to be squaring Saturn and Neptune in Aries on the 15th and the 18th of June respectively, or 19th, depending where you live in the world. So this can see you making important decisions about your long-term future living arrangements, or just like your property goals. So even if you're moving in the next few weeks or few months, to me this still indicates that you are wanting to renovate. Maybe there's another step involved with that relocation process. Maybe you're thinking about investing in a property, buying, flipping properties, or perhaps you are in talks with someone about investing your resources together into property and real estate, or maybe you're just really going to be thinking long and hard about how you can earn a passive form of income, either through real estate or through something that involves your property. So for example, maybe you've got a big property, a big block of land, and you're wanting to subdivide it and sell a piece of it off, or build like an Airbnb, like a separate dwelling on your existing property, just as an example. Okay, so when it comes to finances, obviously a lot of this is sort of tied up in with the property talk, but property aside, Jupiter transiting your 11th house indicates that over the course of the next 12 months, there's a really big focus on how you can generate a passive form of income. So you could be talking to another person about possibly having their buy-in, or maybe giving you a short-term loan or something of that nature. Because of the nature of Jupiter, I do think that this is some sort of it's not like a small amount of money that you are wanting to receive as a loan, or in terms of raising funds. Jupiter really represents big sums of money, or large sums of money, abundance, wealth, and prosperity. So actually this will do wonders for your passive forms of income over the next 12 months. So in terms of finances, specifically in June, there may be important investments that you need to make, or financial decisions that you need to make between about the 14th and the 21st of June. All right, so let's have a look at health now. First things first, Venus is going to be trining you between the 6th of June till the 4th of July. So that's about 1 month there. So Venus will be in Taurus in your 9th house, trining you, which is always going to be supportive for health and vitality in general. But when it comes to some other dates that I wanted to flag with you, the 8th/9th of June, we're going to see Mercury conjunct Jupiter at 29 degrees. Now, when Mercury gets to 29 degrees, I've noticed, just at least for myself personally, that this is when my immune system seems to be at its weakest. This is when I seem to end up feeling most tired or lethargic. And don't get me wrong, there are other transits that can be involved as well, but you just take note, if you want to, of when Mercury gets to 29 degrees in general, because as a Virgo, you may just find that, your health or your energy levels can suffer on that day a little bit. And this is amplified and potentially exacerbated by the conjunction to Jupiter at 29 degrees. And this will, of course, be in your 10th house. So, also, on the 9th of June, Mercury is going to square Saturn. Then on the 10th of June, Mercury is going to square Neptune. So really 8th, 9th, 10th of June, I do want you guys to just be a little more mindful of not pushing yourself to the absolute extreme burnout point, because your energy levels and your immune system may just be a little bit lower. It's nothing to freak out about, but I know Virgos are health conscious, so just putting it forward to you. And in the second half of the month, Mars is going to transit the sign of Virgo. So this will be from the 17th of June through till about the first week of August. So just under 2 months there. We're going to have Mars transiting the first house. So this can see you actually being more inclined to work on your health, your fitness, nutrition. Maybe you'll be engaging the services of a naturopath or someone who is something of a healer. On a different note though, Mars transiting the first house in the sign of Virgo can see you, I suppose, experiencing well, there's the propensity to feel more burned out during this period of time, but it's an interesting balance. You know, I just had Mars transit my first house, you know, not too long ago, and I just noticed that I actually had so much more energy and my vitality levels were really, really up, but I just had like sort of a more demanding lifestyle. So you may find the same. On one hand, Mars is like, okay, you know, I want to like go out, I want to start running, I want to get fit, or, you know, start working out, all of which I did, by the way. But then, you know, there can be some health niggles that flare up, and flare up really is the right or appropriate term to use because Mars rules over inflammation and acute injuries. So, you know, this can see you just maybe like rolling an ankle if you're going for a run. Not that I want to put that upon you. I'm just saying to be a little bit more mindful that you're not burning yourself out. Okay, so let's have a look at love and relationships. So Venus being in your 9th house and trining you for a good month from the 6th of June till the 4th of July can see you possibly traveling with your significant other, with your wife or husband, or you can be having a fling while you're traveling, or perhaps you can find love with someone who is from a different cultural background to you. So it is positive for, well, Venus transiting the 9th house can be positive for that, or this can be love and romance that takes off with someone that you meet through, you know, your religious practices or spiritual practices, or maybe even at university or college, because the 9th house rules over these things. On a different note, you could be taking your existing relationship to another level in the first 9 or 10 days of the month, and that is because of the conjunction between Mercury and Jupiter. So of course Mercury is your ruling planet, but then Jupiter rules over your 7th house, which represents your long-term relationship or marriage or what have you. So the conjunction between these two planets in your 10th house can indicate that you are maybe making something official, maybe getting engaged, maybe getting married, or just deciding that you want to let's say fuse your lives together in a more solid way, or in a more even public way as well. There's something about your relationship that has this energy of like an announcement or being in the public eye, or there's like an official decision that's made or an important conversation that's had about the direction of your relationship. So I repeat, that's from about, well, the start of the month through till around the 9th or the 10th of June. All right, so another thing to mention is that Jupiter will be in Cancer as of the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, for 12 months until the end of June in 2026. So this means it's transiting your 11th house. What does that have to do with your love life? Well, Jupiter will be opposing your 5th house, and this does have an impact on us. When Jupiter opposes the 5th house, this can actually lead to romantic developments taking off. So meeting someone special, maybe getting into a relationship over the course of the next 12 months. Obviously that's a big window of time, but I just wanted to flag it with you that, you know, this is a longer transit, and anything that is long-lasting, astrologically speaking, or in our lives, usually comes about by a more significant transit rather than just like a random errant, you know, aspect here and there between fast-moving planets. So with Jupiter transiting your 11th house, it could be that you meet this person online. There could be a friend or a friend of a friend, or even a client or a co-worker. Okay, so shifting gears, let's now have a look at family and children. Same deal. Jupiter in your 11th house in Cancer is opposing your 5th house, and this can trigger a pregnancy. Okay, so whether it's you getting pregnant for the first time or expanding your family further, doesn't have to involve a pregnancy. This could be that you are meeting your significant other's children from a previous relationship. This could be you adopting a child or finding a surrogate. If you already have children, this could maybe indicate that you're healing a relationship with one of your children. Or perhaps they are moving abroad or interstate and you're just feeling like there's a bit of distance between you, but that doesn't have to impact your, let's say the emotional side of your relationship. Another important point to flag with you is that on the 11th of June, there is a full moon in Cancer in your 4th house at 20 degrees. Not Cancer, Sagittarius, I beg your pardon. And so this can see you maybe experiencing tense conversations with family members around this time, whether that's your parents or your children and so on and so forth. Lastly, Jupiter transiting your 11th house for a year could actually bring a healing energy to your relationship with an older sibling, because the 11th house rules over older siblings specifically. Okay, so lastly for the month, looking at legal matters, travel and education. So basically we've got Saturn and Neptune in your 8th house, and Saturn is one of the planets that's associated with the government and let's say legal protocol. And then we've got Jupiter, which also rules over the law. So let's repeat that. Jupiter in Cancer in your 11th house, squaring Saturn and Neptune in Aries in your 8th house, can indicate that there may be important legal matters that need to be attended to that relate to tax, divorce, alimony money, child support, or even just joint investments and bank accounts. And it could be that you are initiating something new or experiencing a new dynamic with relation to one or more of these aforementioned topics. Or maybe you're just getting a will drawn up, or you're having to, let's say, be involved in the process of executing a will. With travel and education, Jupiter transiting your 11th house is very positive here, because this can indicate that you're maybe learning online or teaching in an online capacity, or sharing your information, like content that you've created that is designed for education on a wide scale, so en masse potentially. Also, Venus is transiting your 9th house, and the 9th house rules over education as well. So this could indicate that you're enjoying what you're enjoying what you're learning. And when it comes to travel, Venus transiting the 9th house can indicate that there may be a period here where you get to enjoy traveling. Okay, and that can be interstate or that can be overseas potentially. Okay, Virgo, so that's all I have for you for your June horoscope. If you enjoyed this horoscope, please do give it a thumbs up. If you want to see more content on this channel, please hit the subscribe button. Also, if you want more information in general about daily astrology updates, you can follow me on Instagram and or Facebook. All right, Virgo, enjoy your month, and I'll see you next time. Hi Libra Sun, Moon and Risings, welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. Let's start off by looking at career and business for you in the month of June. So I have to say that professionally speaking, your chart is being lit right up in June, and in fact, even the next 12 months are a very auspicious time for you professionally speaking, and that is because Jupiter is going to enter the sign of Cancer on the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, for the first time since 2013 and 2014. So this is an extremely rare transit. It only happens once every 11 or 12 years. And when it does occur, during that 12-month period, we can receive promotions, start our own business, change industries, and even rise to quite a senior position within a company, or even if you own your own business, this is also really, really positive for that as well. So when it comes to the month of June, like I said, we've got Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer in the on the 9th or 10th, depending where you live in the world. But furthermore, Jupiter is actually going to form a square to Saturn on the 15th of June. So that'll be Saturn in Aries in your 7th house at 1 degrees. And then on the 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world, Jupiter is going to square Neptune in Aries at 2 degrees in your 7th house. So because Saturn is a career planet and it is in your 7th house, which rules over negotiations and contracts and let's say going into business with another person, it could be that between let's say the 14th to maybe even the 21st of June that you are signing new contracts, going into business with another person. Maybe you are signing a new client on board for your business. Just in general, this can be a very activating time for you professionally speaking. So even if no formal contracts are signed or drawn up, you could just come in contact with people or have very important conversations that down the track lead to very lucrative opportunities. And because of the nature of the Jupiter-Saturn square, it could be that there are some heavy conditions attached, or maybe this could be a long-term contract that you're thinking about entering into. And on a different note, we're going to have a full moon in Sagittarius in your 3rd house take place on the 11th of June. So this can indicate that there may be some kind of unexpected conversation that takes place with a co-worker or a client. If you do have contracts that are in the works that you're anticipating to go ahead or be signed around the 11th of June, it does have to be said that because of this full moon occurring at 20 degrees, there may be some kind of let's say unexpected development here. So maybe someone pulls out of the deal, or there are just some hidden conditions attached that you become aware of. And on a different note, a full moon in the 3rd house can indicate that there may be a bit of discord that you could potentially experience with a coworker or within your team at work. Even if it doesn't involve you, it could just be that you're privy to a bit of workplace drama. All right, so let's have a look at finances and property. Mars is going to be transiting the sign of Virgo in your 12th house for the 2nd half of the month. So this will be from the 17th of June through till about the 1st week of August. When we have Mars transit the 12th house and even the 2nd house, it can indicate a period of time where there are actually a lot of expenses, and these on one level could be bills because it is Virgo energy after all, or it could just be that you are indulging, because the 12th house can be a very indulgent house in astrology. And also we're going to have Venus, which is your ruling planet, being in the hedonistic sign of Taurus for pretty much the whole month. So that is from the 6th of June through till the 4th of July. So these two transits overlapping could see there being just a lot of financial expenses that come up. And hey, maybe that's for shopping. You know, it doesn't have to be you paying bills necessarily. On a different note with finances, Venus going through your 8th house for pretty much a whole month is a transit which can see you increasing your mutual resources with another person. So maybe earning money through the business that you do with someone else, or through a stockist or something of that nature. Let's not forget that Venus is happy in the sign of Taurus. So if you are in a relationship, some of you could see your significant other actually earning more money during this period of time. So on one hand, it can be a bonus or a lump sum of money, or maybe just a higher level of income, especially if your partner's pay fluctuates. So for example, if they are in sales, or they could actually have received a promotion and now this is just like their new normal, earning more money. Yay. All right. So on a different note, there will be a new moon in Cancer in your 10th house, and that will be at 4 degrees. This is on the 25th of June, and the day before we're actually going to see Jupiter and Sun form their annual conjunction in Cancer at 3 degrees. So the reason why this is relevant on the property front is because Cancer is the sign that rules over property and real estate. And so Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer, but moreover, 4 degrees, so we've got the new moon at 4 degrees, is also the property and living, also the Cancer degree, which relates to property and living circumstances. So this could see you figuring out the nuts and bolts of what's your next property move, whether that is buying, selling, investing, relocating, etc., etc. Especially if you are a Libra rising or a Libra moon. So there could be movement on that front. Now let's have a quick look at health. So Venus is going to form a conjunction with Chiron in Aries on the 2nd of June. Okay, so for the first 3 days of the month of June, your health may be a little bit more vulnerable during this point. So it's not something to be worried about. It's just a bit of a, hey, you may be feeling a little bit more fatigued, or maybe you need to sleep more, or maybe you're at risk of burnout in the first 3 days of the month. So that's something to note. On a different note, Venus is going to square Pluto on the 10th of June. So that's Venus in Taurus square Pluto in Aquarius. Again, Venus is your chart ruler. So that would be another time where you may be feeling, I want to say this is more about your mental health rather than your physical health. So you may be feeling a little bit off around the 10th of June and requiring a bit more support from loved ones. Venus transiting the 8th house, which, as I said before, is from the 6th of June through to the 4th of July, is indicative of a time where you can actually go through a tremendous upgrade in your health, okay? But there may be some moments of being aware that you are shedding something, or where you are having to purge something from your system. So it's a great time to go through a detox. If health stuff does come up while Venus is transiting your 8th house, my feel on this is that it would be over quite quickly, because planets going through the 8th house, they just, experience like things happening quickly and then leaving quickly or finishing quickly. Okay, so it might be a time where you want to look at detoxing or fasting, or actually engaging the services of someone who you know is a healer or a healthcare practitioner, whether that's your physical health or mental health, etc., etc. Okay, so I want you to know that the Sun is trining you for the first 20 days of the month. So Sun is in Gemini in your 9th house, which is trining you. So this is protecting you health-wise. It's bestowing you with more vitality. So, despite Venus conjunct Chiron and Venus square Pluto and Venus in the 8th house, this is still very, very helpful for your health. All right, so please also remember that this is a general reading, so only take what resonates and leave what does not. When it comes to love and relationships, again, I want to flag Venus conjunct Chiron in Aries on the 2nd of June. So the first 1 to 3 days of the month, you can feel like there are some pain points in your relationship that are coming up for review. So this is your relationship with your significant other, or maybe even a clarifying conversation with an ex, maybe getting some closure around that time. On a different note, the Sun transiting your 9th house is also therefore trining. What did I say? The Sun in your 9th house is trining you, but it's also trining your 5th house. So this can indicate that there may be love or romance taking off while you are traveling abroad, or it could be with someone from a different cultural background to you. Lastly, when it comes to love and relationships, I want to talk about Saturn and Neptune in your 7th house in Aries, squaring Jupiter in Cancer in your 10th house. So that's on the 15th and the 18th or 19th of June respectively, depending where you live in the world. So for those of you who are in serious relationships, whether you're married or you live together, have children together, or this is like your committed partnership, this can indicate that you're making very important decisions about your long-term future, or it could be decisions about your relationship that affect the both of you, such as talking about where you want to live, maybe buying property, talking about getting engaged or married, or if you've been going through struggles with your significant other, then this could be a point in the month where you are deciding whether or not you want to stay together, or whether you want to consciously uncouple, as they say. So it's going to play out differently for everyone. When it comes to family and children, you're not super duper activated this month. If anything, there may be some question marks around your parenting style. So do I need to be more supportive? Do I need to pull back? So there can be a bit of this push and pull energy where you're trying to navigate a shifting of the tides in your relationship with one or more of your children, whether they're adults or not, whether they're young children. It really just depends on your personal situation. But the reason that I'm flagging this is because Jupiter is transiting your 10th house. The 10th house is associated with being, an authority figure, the disciplinarian. And so it's squaring Saturn and Neptune in the 7th house, and Saturn rules your 5th house, which represents children here. So it's just like, okay, what kind of parent have I been? What kind of parent do I want to be? What kind of feedback am I getting from my child? Or what am I reading or gleaning from my relationship with my child? And maybe there are some awakening moments where you are deciding that you want to be proactive and make some adjustments, or perhaps something is maybe even being brought to your attention by your children or your significant other about how you're showing up as a parent or potentially a grandparent. Actually, you could be finding out that you're going to become a grandparent around mid-month, okay, with the Jupiter, Saturn, and Neptune squares happening here. Even just having Jupiter transit your 10th house for the next 12 months could indicate stepping into the role of becoming a parent, whether that's, you getting pregnant, your partner getting pregnant, you being a step parent or a foster parent or a grandparent. So I repeat, we're looking at this 12-month transit here of Jupiter in Cancer, but also there is a new moon in Cancer, and this is occurring on the 25th of June. And actually the day before, we have the Sun Jupiter conjunction at 3 degrees Cancer in your 10th house. So that could be indicative of news of what next steps are as it relates to you being a parent or a grandparent. Alrighty, so lastly for the month, having a look at legal matters and a bit of travel and even education. On the 9th of June, Jupiter will form a conjunction with Mercury at 29 degrees Gemini in your 9th house. So this is really at those last moments of Gemini, and it is trining you. So there could be an important legal matter that is drawing to a close around this time, or that is being brought to your attention somehow. So maybe you are receiving an important update on a trial or a legal matter where you've been awaiting the outcome. On a different note, having Jupiter in your 10th house squaring Saturn and Neptune in your 7th house, and both Jupiter and Saturn being planets that are involved with legal matters in the law, could indicate that you may be wanting to pursue a legal case. So maybe you're wanting to bring this against another person. Maybe this is a former employer, or there is just some kind of like workplace situation where you're having to involve human resources, or your boss or an authority figure at work, or even human rights. Okay, so with travel and education, the 9th of June, having that Jupiter-Mercury conjunction in your 9th house could see you maybe traveling during the first 9 or 10 days of the month, just by way of having Jupiter and Mercury trining you. To be fair, we can buffer this out through till the 20th of June, because for basically the first 3 weeks of the month, the sun is in your 9th house trining you, which can trigger interstate or international travel. On a different note, if we're looking at education, some of you could be completing a university degree or a college degree in the first 10 days of the month. For others of you, with Jupiter transiting your 10th house over the course of the next 12 months, as of the 9th of June onwards, this could see you maybe upskilling or completing some kind of short-term education course, which is going to impact your career and maybe make you more eligible for a promotion, a transfer to a different department, or perhaps your work is paying for you to receive this additional professional development. Or maybe you are just wanting to diversify your public role and your professional life. Okay, Libra, so that's all I have for you for your June horoscope. If you're wanting more information on the Jupiter in Cancer transit, you can subscribe to my channel and be notified of when I release my Jupiter in Cancer predictions video. But in any case, Libra, I'm wishing you a great month ahead for June, and I will see you guys in my next video. Hi Scorpio, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. June is a catalyst month for Scorpios in particular, and that's because we're going to have Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer for the first time in 11, 12 years. So I'm going to be referencing that a fair bit throughout the course of your horoscope, but let's start off with career and business. Okay, so Mars is your ruling planet, and for the first 2 and a bit weeks of June, Mars will be in Leo, which means it's transiting your 10th house. Now, the 10th house in astrology is related to your public reputation, your career, your vocation, and essentially how you're coming across in the world. So with Mars being your ruling planet, whichever sign it's transiting, whichever house it's transiting, this is where you are directly and specifically putting your energy and attention. So long story long, with Mars transiting your 10th house for the first 2 weeks of the month, you are going to be very, very focused on your public reputation, your public persona, setting goals and dreams for yourself in terms of what you want to achieve professionally speaking. Okay, so the 11th house is very much related to our long-term goals, but the 10th house is where we take action in those. So Mars transiting your 10th house can see you taking bold risks. It can see you taking initiative at work. To be fair, it can see you maybe clashing a little bit with your boss or with someone who's in a position of authority that maybe you report to in the workplace. On a different note, you could just find that your boss is maybe more grumpy than normal or more aggressive in some certain instances. And in terms of a date that I want you to be mindful of, on the 15th of June, we're going to see Mars in Leo squaring Uranus in Taurus. Okay, so this is a square between your 10th house and your 7th house. So this is, I suppose, a low-key warning for conversations getting out of hand and maybe turning into disagreements or arguments, and perhaps even shock decisions being made. So I would just ask you to be mindful of the fact that your patience levels may be quite thin, let's say between the 14th and the 16th of June. Okay, so that's something that I do want you to be mindful of. And with Mars on the 17th of June transitioning into Virgo in your 11th house, this is where you're going to be setting long-term goals or perhaps committing to long-term projects. And you can be very, very effective during this nearly 2-month period. So this is from the 17th of June through till the 6th of August that we're going to have Mars in the 11th house. So during this time, you may be, let's say, signing contracts or making verbal agreements to collaborate with other people. You can be working on expanding your network, your professional network, or even be creating some kind of community in a professional sense. The 11th house is one of the houses that's associated with clients and people that we work with online, plus at a more of a distance, whereas the 3rd house is more like close contact. So when Mars transits the 11th house, this can indicate a time where you may be rubbing people up the wrong way. But in saying that, the 11th house is very much associated with achieving long-term goals, setting long-term goals and projects, which I've already mentioned. So you may be taking some action towards lofty goals that you want to achieve. Okay, so that's the flavor for career and business. Now let's shift gears and have a look at finances and property. So we've got a full moon in Sagittarius at 20 degrees in your 2nd house, and your 2nd house is related to your personal finances and income. So full moons can indicate something being illuminated for us, like having an epiphany or something reaching ahead or even drawing to a conclusion. So as this full moon is at 20 degrees, which incidentally is the Scorpio degree, there could be something unexpected as it pertains to finances that comes up. So on one level, maybe you're receiving a gift or someone is sharing their finances and resources with you. But on a different note, there could be a sudden, rather large expense that comes up around the 11th of June, plus or minus 1 to even 2 weeks. So as this is smack bang in the middle of the month, what I'm saying you can apply to this month as a whole, but especially, you know, the closer we get to the 11th of June, there may just be some unexpected expenses that come through. In saying that, the 2nd house is very much related to our self-worth and our beliefs, our self-worth and our sense of personal values. And this is intrinsically linked with our earning capacity and capabilities, because we charge what we think we are worth, we accept what we believe, you know, we are worth. And so something may shift for you at a foundational level or a subconscious level, which sees you being like, no, I'm worth more than this. I should be charging more. I should be paid more for this. Maybe this leads to a conversation with your boss. Maybe this leads you to wanting to shift careers or to even walk away from an existing job, and so on and so forth. So your ability to manifest more abundance and wealth for yourself is at an all-time high with this particular full moon in your 2nd house. So on the 9th of June, so a couple days before that, we've got the Mercury-Jupiter conjunction in Gemini at 29 degrees in your 8th house. So this could see you potentially combining resources with another person as it relates to mutual resources, because that is the function of the 8th house. So this could see you accepting resources from another person, or it could see you relinquishing this and going, no, I don't need to rely on this person. I want to be financially independent. Maybe you're cutting your losses in some respect in order to not be entangled with another person or organization. And Mercury is the ruler of both your 8th house, so Gemini, and your 11th house, which is Virgo. So these are both money houses. And then interestingly, Jupiter is the ruler of your 2nd house, which is another money house. And so this could see you deciding that you want to make important financial decisions which relate to investments, mutual resources, or even property as well. So another point to mention here is that with the Mars-Uranus square, which is taking place on the 15th of June, we've got Mars being your ruling planet and Uranus ruling your fourth house cusp. So this could see there being some kind of snap decision or event which occurs around mid-month, which basically impacts or influences your living situation. So for some of you, this could be deciding that you want to buy, sell, or relocate. For others of you, this could be someone announcing that they're going to be moving out of the home that you share, whether that's, family or a loved one. I'm not putting labels on it, but on a different note, this could see you deciding, hey, I'm ready to move in with this person. It may be soon. I don't know them that well. Maybe it's a flatmate, but hey, I feel like I want to move in with this person. Or it could be with your new partner or relatively new partner, and it's like, let's just give this a crack and see how it turns out. Okay, so let's move along now and have a look at your health. So on the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, Jupiter is going to enter the sign of Cancer for the first time in 11 or 12 years. So it's going to be trining you. So even though the health house in astrology is the 6th house, anytime Jupiter is trining you, whether it's your rising sign, your sun, or your moon sign, this can give a bit of a boost to your health and vitality. The impact of that really just depends on your personal chart, but in any case, this can see you feeling like you're optimistic about your health. It does need to be said that you've got Saturn transiting your 6th house of health, and that is from the end of May through till the 1st of September. Then it'll go back into Pisces and it will re-enter your 6th house once more in mid-February of 2026. And I've got a whole video out on this, which you can check out. It's also on my YouTube channel, so just search for the Saturn in Aries video. So basically, with Saturn transiting your 6th house, for 2.5, 3 years, there is this focus on your health. So improving your health habits, nutrition, your exercise routine, and so on and so forth. And because we are going to have the Jupiter-Saturn square and then Jupiter-Neptune square taking place on the 15th and 18th or 19th of June respectively, depending where you live in the world, there may be some kind of catalyst that you experience, whether this is in your physical life or just an event or even a conversation or a shift in values and belief systems, which basically has this galvanizing effect of you being like, I want to change my life, I want to improve my health, I want to be disciplined and dedicated. So Saturn transiting your 6th house can see you being extremely, extremely disciplined in that regard. Okay, so in terms of health dates to watch out for, dates to watch out for as it relates to your health, I would say around the 15th, so even 14th to the 16th of June, and that's because we're going to have the Mars-Uranus square taking place, and Mars is your ruling planet, so you're a bit more vulnerable to accidents or inflammation around this time, so I wouldn't be taking risks. I also just wanted to note that the Sun is in Gemini up until the 20th of June, so it is transiting your 8th house, and when that occurs, we can experience lower levels of vitality. So come 21st of June onwards, I think that you will be experiencing an improvement to your vitality. Of course, this is a general reading, so you do just have to take it as it resonates. This isn't going to apply for everyone, but nevertheless, let's move on and have a look at love and relationships. So what we want to see activated for love and relationships is the 5th house as well as the 7th house. And that's for better or for worse. It just means that when we have an activation to these houses, this is when we see something showing up in our personal lives. So in saying that, when the fifth house is trined, it's also very, very positive. So Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer from, the 9th or 10th of June for 1 year is going to be trining you as a Scorpio sun, moon, or rising, but it's also going to be trining your fifth house. So this is positive for love and romance, especially if you are a Scorpio rising or a Scorpio moon. Because Jupiter rules over your fifth house and then it's moving into the ninth house and trining you, again, this is positive for love and romance. Obviously, we can't just put a blanket statement on the next year saying, oh, everything's going to be great in love. But basically for singles, this indicates a heightened chance of meeting someone special. It could be while you travel or while they travel. You could connect to them through your shared beliefs around things like spirituality or religion or even politics, or you could meet them through the education system. Maybe they're a teacher or you're a teacher or what have you, or you're attending university together. Those are just a few different ways that can play out. To be fair, there may be some tense points in love and romance around the middle of the month. So between about the 15th and the 20th of June, and that's for a few reasons. One, again, I'm referencing the Mars-Uranus square. So Mars is in your, Uranus, what am I saying here? Uranus is in your 7th house, which represents your long-term relationships, and then it's squaring Mars, which is your chart ruler, in the 10th house. So this could see you maybe being at loggerheads around that time. So in particular, around the 15th of June, there could be some arguments that flare up. These could pertain to what you're doing professionally speaking, or your actions in a public sense, or it could even be arguments about your significant other's family. So for want of a better term, your in-laws. It doesn't have to be about those things, but those are just showing up in terms of what I'm seeing astrologically speaking. And then just having Jupiter square Saturn and Jupiter square Neptune around those mid parts of the month, so around the 15th to the 20th of June, could see there being some kind of perceived stalemate where you're like, how are we going to get on the same page here? Or it may just seem like you've reached a dead end or an impasse in terms of aligning your values or aligning yourself together and moving in the same direction once more in the relationship. But that doesn't need to spell the end. It's just like a bit of a stock take moment where you guys are going to need to be creative in terms of how you're able to move forward and navigate your relationship going further. So bit of a mixed bag. There's some push and pull energy. We've got things that are supportive of love and romance thrown in with like a dash of spice and challenges. So just take this horoscope as it resonates. Feel free to let me know in the comment section below how things are going for you. And now let's have a look at family and children. So first of all, Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer for 12 months is positive for anyone who's wanting to get pregnant, start a family, or expand your family further. And that's because Jupiter will be trining you, plus it will be trining your fifth house, which relates to children, and Jupiter is the ruler of your fifth house as well. So that's a 12-month window. Doesn't mean you can't get pregnant outside of that window, but in general, this is a positive chapter in your life. This transit only happens once every 11 or 12 years, so it is quite rare. When it comes to children, you may feel like you're being tested around the midpoints of the month. So between about the 15th and 19th or 20th of June with a Jupiter-Saturn square and then Jupiter-Neptune square, you may feel like your children are rebelling, or you're just not getting why they're making these decisions. Or perhaps there could be a bit of 2 steps forward, 1 step back action when it comes to their development. This doesn't need to be something that is long-term. It's just, it can show up with this particular aspect that you're experiencing. So let me say to you this, do have patience for your children. Just program it. Between the 15th and the 20th of June, I need extra patience for my children and also for my romantic partner. Okay, so because the 5th house relates to both love and children. Now, on the 25th of June, what we're going to see is the Sun-Jupiter conjunction, or 24th of June, depending where you live in the world. So this will be occurring in your 9th house. So this can be something that portends good things for both, love, relationships, and children as well. And this is the annual conjunction. We don't see this happen more than once a year. So it's a special day in my books because Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer, which means it's its favorite sign. So this is a positive date for maybe reaching out to a family member or your children or trying to reconnect with them further. It can be a positive date just in the lives of one of your children, potentially. If I had to say which, if you've got 3 children, could be your 3rd born, although it doesn't have to be. And that's probably enough on that subject. So let's have a look at legal matters and travel and education. So you're having Jupiter transit your 9th house, which is actually firing up these 3 areas of your life. So don't be surprised if something comes up as it relates to legal matters that is, let's say, initiated in June, but maybe you're not seeing the effects till sometime over the course of the next 12 months. So this would be a good time to apply for anything that requires government approval, things like permanent residency, visas, and if you're wanting to bring a lawsuit against another person and you've been building a case for yourself, June is a positive time for you to actually do that due diligence, do that research, and maybe take down a few names and numbers of potential solicitors that you want to connect with. And as it relates to travel and education, well, this would also be a good time for you to enroll in a college degree or at a university. Maybe you're looking at an exchange system. If you're wanting to learn a new language, Jupiter transiting your 9th house in general is very, very positive for that. If you are currently traveling during the month of June, well, there may be some extra checks and balances that you need to go through, especially between about the 15th and the 20th of June. Some of you may be looking at extending your travel, or you may have to change your travel plans. So there may be a bit of a break in the itinerary in the month of June. And then lastly, if you're wanting to, or not lastly, I've got 2 more things to say. One is, if you're wanting to step into the role of teacher, coach, or mentor, then Jupiter transiting your 9th house for the next 12 months is very, very positive for that. And then lastly, Scorpio, this is a 12-month period of intense spiritual development, enlightenment, and perhaps even just letting go of old beliefs to make way for new beliefs. So Scorpio, that's all I have for you for your June horoscope. If you enjoyed it, please do give the video a thumbs up because that really helps me to reach more people. And if you haven't subscribed already and you're a regular viewer of the channel, then you may want to consider subscribing to the channel. In any case, enjoy your month ahead, Scorpio. And now let's move on to Sagittarius. Hi Sagittarius, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. June is a really significant month for you because your chart ruler Jupiter will be leaving the sign of Gemini and entering the sign of Cancer for the first time in 11 or 12 years. So that's taking place on the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world. I will be referencing this transit a fair bit in this horoscope for you because it is relevant, but I've actually got a big video coming out on this. So that is a specific Jupiter in Cancer video, which has predictions for all 12 zodiac signs. I've already filmed it. I just need to cut it together and chuck it up on YouTube. So if you're wanting to watch that, and I recommend that you do, then you can subscribe to the channel and receive a notification of when that goes live. But in any case, let's talk about June, and let's start off with career and business. So you've got Mars transiting Leo for the first 2.5 weeks of June. So that means it's transiting your 9th house. And please note that Mars is the ruler of your 5th house, which relates to creativity and owning your own business. So for some of you, this could indicate that you are wanting to expand your existing business further. So this could be going to a global level or just going beyond your usual reach when it comes to import and export. If you do anything creative, maybe this is looking at having your work published and circulated. On a different note, we're going to see Mars moving into the sign of Virgo and transiting your 10th house, and that's from the 17th of June through till the 6th of August. So then you're going to be shifting gears from what's my vision, I want to grow, I want to expand, I want to educate myself so that I can, take things further with my career, and then you're moving into action time. So I love a good Mars through the 10th house. Maybe that's because I've got an Aries midheaven, but in any case, when Mars transits your 10th house, which again is from the 17th of June through till the 6th of August, this can see you taking initiative, taking bold risks, being eligible for a promotion. It's definitely a bit of like stretching, growing pains energy. So you can feel like you're being challenged and pushing yourself, but it's in a really positive way. So if you're wanting to take a risk in business, if you're wanting to have a difficult conversation with your boss, which is going to, or your boss's boss or an authority figure, well, Mars transiting your 10th house can actually embolden you in that way and give you the, boldness in order to do that. Not that Sagittarians are at any kind of, loss when it comes to boldness, but anyway, it can help you in that respect. I do have to say though that with Mars transiting your 10th house from about mid-month onwards till the first week of June, this is a time where you can find your boss frustrating, grumpy, borderline aggressive and rude. So that's something that you may need to think about before you have certain conversations. By the same token, your 10th house indicates your highest visible actions. So, putting your boss to the side, some of you may not even have a boss, maybe you're not working or you work for yourself or what have you. Mars transiting your 10th house does lend itself to you coming across as more assertive, and assertiveness can always border on pushiness. And it's always just like that fine line. Mars going through your 10th house can see you harnessing your leadership skills in a more powerful and impactful way. But when we take that too far, what do we get? We get bossiness, or, someone being a bit of a dictator. And so, same deal with when we are just being bold. Sometimes that can come off as abrupt and rude. So you're really going to have to be straddling these tightropes, so to speak, because there is this propensity to come off as too much of what you were wanting to. It's kind of like overkill, so to speak, kind of like this segment, So anyway, we have Saturn and Neptune transiting your 5th house. So first of all, this is a new 29.5 year cycle in totality for Saturn moving into Aries, and I've got a whole big video on this already. It's like 3 hours long or something like that, so you can go and check that out, and I do recommend that you do because there's so much information packed into that. But just for the purpose of this horoscope, I want you to know that over the next 3 months, so really from end of May through till the 1st of September, you may feel compelled and excited and motivated to start something new as it relates to owning your own business, because that is what the 5th house rules over. And Neptune here together with Saturn can see you bringing the vision and the fantasy together with the foundation required and the discipline required to actually build that foundation. And in terms of, well, how long would it take to get something off the ground? Well, first of all, how long is a piece of string? But to me, it's like all systems go from February next year, because that's when Saturn and Neptune will be firmly in Aries. So it's like you're laying some kind of groundwork over the next 3 months, and then, you know, from the first quarter of next year, you're really building upon that further. So long story long, this is a great month for you to start something new, initiate something new, especially because we've got Jupiter square Saturn. So Jupiter in Cancer in your 8th house, square Saturn in Aries in your 5th house on the 15th of June. Then on the 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world, we're going to have Jupiter square Neptune. So again, we're combining 8th house energy, which is mutual resources and investments and assets, with the 5th house, which is all about creativity and owning your own business. So I think you can do really exciting things in June, or at the very least, you're getting the ideas, the downloads, and just planting those seeds. So let's shift gears and have a look at finances and property for the month of June. So your planet Jupiter is changing signs. It's moving into the sign of Cancer as of the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world. And because Jupiter is your chart ruler, we need to pay attention for you specifically as a Sagittarius to what house is it transiting, what sign is it in, what aspects is it making, etc., etc. The 8th house is all about your mutual resources, as I just mentioned before. So Jupiter going through your 8th house can see you pulling your resources together with another person, maybe opening a bank account together, maybe starting a business together, maybe investing in something together, okay, whether that's assets or products or what have you. On a different note, some of you may go through the process of separating your resources from another person. That's definitely a possibility. Now, when it comes to property, on the 9th of June, we've got the Mercury-Jupiter conjunction taking place at 29 degrees Gemini. So first of all, this is very significant because Jupiter is your ruling planet. It's the last moments of Jupiter being in a sign, which is always going to be a very almost like energetic or tangible experience, especially for you as a Sagittarius. But it also involves Mercury, which is the ruler of your 7th house and your 10th house, and then Jupiter rules the 1st and the 4th. So in this instance, this can lead to really important decisions being made about your property and living circumstances. So maybe deciding that you want to buy, you want to sell, you want to relocate, or someone tells you that they're moving in or that they're moving out or what have you. And also, as it relates to property, we've got, as I said, Jupiter, the ruler of your 4th house, transiting your 8th house. So over the course of the next 12 months, you may be investing with another person. Also, your 8th house is what rules over your partner's income. So during this 12-month period, your significant other, if you are in a relationship, can see their personal income just expand almost exponentially in some instances, and you may notice that they're starting something special or something new around the middle of the month, just with the Jupiter-Saturn square and the Jupiter-Neptune square. And maybe this is the both of you going into business together. Something else to note is that on the 25th of June, or 24th, depending where you live in the world, we've got the Sun-Jupiter conjunction, and Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer, which means it loves to be in Cancer. So Sun conjunct Jupiter is an annual conjunction. It's only once every 12 months, and because it is your chart ruler in the sign of exaltation, I highly recommend that you put this date in your calendar and you do something special this day. And, you know, this will be in the 8th house. So this can relate to your finances. It can relate to property because it's Cancer. This can relate to your spiritual development, healing, wanting to start a family. Okay, so obviously we are talking about finances and property here, but you know, you can use this date for whatever you want, certainly for manifestation purposes, and even for health as well, which is a nice segue. So let's talk about health. Oh, actually, no, one more thing on property. On the 25th of June, we've got the new moon in Cancer at 4 degrees and it's conjunct Jupiter. Okay, so 4 degrees is the Cancer degree. Cancer is related to property and living circumstances. So there may be something very important that you are doing or investing in that relates to property, land, real estate. Actually, this could also be something to do with vehicles as well, because I've noticed that Cancer is very, very much related to the automotive industry. There's a lot of F1 drivers who have strong Cancer in their charts. And anyway, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Fun fact, I actually really, really love Drive to Survive, the F1 Netflix show, and I'm excited for the next season. Anyway, let's segue into health. So there are a couple of challenge periods that I want to throw out there for you. So that would be, actually, I'm going to just bookend it from about the 9th of June through till about the 20th of June. So I've got 3 reasons for mentioning this. One, when a person's chart ruler gets to 29 degrees, just in general, it can be a time where they experience certain vulnerabilities, especially in this instance as Jupiter is opposing you. Okay, so just be careful around the 8th, even 9th of June. And then on the 15th of June, we've got the Jupiter-Saturn square. So Jupiter is your chart ruler, squaring Saturn. You know, this can lead to burnout or feeling under the weather, or like, stiffness in the joints and in the bones as well. So I would say, you definitely want to be warming your body up around the 15th of June. Go for an invigorating walk. Be careful of your ankles because Saturn. But on the 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world, Jupiter is going to square Neptune. So this is something that can lead to feeling brain foggy, not thinking super clearly, or even just like mental health being challenged around that time. So make sure you've got support networks in place if you need them. Reach out to a friend for that additional support. Moving on to love and relationships. There are points of tension here reflected by the Jupiter-Saturn square and the Jupiter-Neptune square. Obviously, I'm repeating some dates here, but really this is between about the 15th and the 19th or 20th of June. So just be mindful that there may just be misunderstandings or feeling like you're at a crossroads in terms of love and romance. If you are single, maybe this is you wanting to transform your mindset or your way of viewing love and romance in order to call that into your life. If you're in a relationship, then there can just be certain things that flare up around this time where you're really having to decide, are you on the same page with certain things? And if not, how do you align? In general, I wanted to share that having Neptune and Saturn transit your 5th house can indicate that you are maybe going to be entering into a long-term committed relationship during this period of time. And on one hand, Saturn can present delays and challenges and obstacles. So, you can just experience with Saturn in Aries over this 3-month period from end of May through till the 1st of September, that there are certain things that you're having to overcome as it relates to love and romance. But to be honest, Neptune here really softens that, because Neptune is a higher octave of Venus. So I actually believe that Saturn and Neptune coming together can bring that like true unconditional love and, making that into a reality. Okay, so let me know, Sagittarius, if you're finding love around this time, or if something has shifted for you in terms of your feelings about relationships. I'd be keen to hear from you in the comments section below. Just one thing on this though, between the 15th and the 20th of June, there may just be doubts that crop up about your love life, your romantic life, whether you're single or you're in a relationship. So when Jupiter's square Neptune, we can really experience our emotions getting the better of us. So I wouldn't be making any hard and fast decisions during that time period. Just wait it out. Even if something feels like it's an insurmountable obstacle in your relationship, when there's a will, there's a way. And if there's still love in that connection, then you'll be able to overcome it. So moving along, looking at family and children. So having, again, Saturn and Neptune together in your 5th house from like literally now, as you're watching this video, through till the 1st of September, could see you wanting to expand your family further, or bring a child into the world, whether you've got children already or you're just wanting to travel down that path in life. And if you have children already, again, that mid-month point, 15th to the 20th, can see there being certain obstacles that come up. So it's just like, oh, my kid is driving me crazy. Like, what the hell are they doing? Why are they making these decisions that I don't really agree with? So you can just find yourself being at opposite ends or, viewpoints in a choice or a decision that they are wanting to make in their life. It doesn't mean that, I'm saying it's right or it's wrong or what have you. On a different note, if your children are of a certain age, you could actually start doing something creatively with them. So that's another way that this could play out, where you're like, let's initiate something, let's build something together, let's create something together. So let's shift gears here and look at legal matters. So for the first half of the month, you do have Mars transiting your 9th house. The 9th house is one of the houses that is associated with the law and legal matters. So this can see you taking action in a legal sense. So maybe you're fighting an appeal, or you're wanting to appeal an existing decision. Mars is how we're taking action. So this can see you doing some of the research that's necessary to bring a case against another person, or maybe you're just wanting to educate yourself in terms of legal matters. So when Mars transits the 9th house, it can see us having a lot of courage in that department in terms of what the 9th house rules over. Some of you may actually be wanting to get into politics because Mars it rules over the 5th house. So the 5th house is related to like individual politicians, and then the 9th house is also a political house. So this can see you maybe wanting to run for political office, or speak to the council or members of a certain political party. So political matters and activism could be very important to you over the course of the first 2.5 weeks of the month. Something to note though is that on the 15th of June, we are going to have Mars in Leo squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 6th house, and the 6th house is one of the other legal houses. So this can see something unexpected coming up in terms of a legal matter, something that you're having to contend with. That doesn't mean, that it's quote unquote negative. Mars is still trining you, okay? Mars in fire signs is going to motivate you and basically, infuse you with the determination and the will and the drive to, get things done. So it could be that you are wanting to take legal action around this time, or just something that requires government approval, or just, a pair of eyes running over important official documents. So that could be happening around the 15th of June. And let's just see. So as it relates to travel and education, having Mars transit the 9th house could indicate that you are wanting to teach yourself something new, learn something new for the first 2.5 weeks of the month. This could see you going on a spontaneous travel trip, or booking a ticket sometime within the first 2.5 weeks. There could be cause for you to travel that comes up unexpectedly with the Mars-Uranus square. So maybe you are, traveling somewhere as it relates to work or business that just comes up out of the blue, something that you didn't necessarily expect. Or maybe you are wanting to enroll in a higher form of education, or even around mid-month, there could be some unexpected decisions where you're just like, I want to drop out, or I want to change courses, I want to change degrees, or I don't like my supervisor and I want to apply to, you know, have someone else be my supervisor if you're completing something like a master's program or a PhD program. So Sagittarius, lastly, I just wanted to mention that on the 11th of June, there will be a full moon in your sign at 20 degrees. So this happens once a year, sometimes twice a year. We'll have a full moon in our sign, but basically it's a period of release and renewal. So if there's something that you're wanting to let go of, whether this is an old relationship, something that you feel bitter over or resentful, or you want to walk away from certain self-sabotaging behaviors, or just release an old chapter from your life. On a different note, you may just be feeling more emotional around the time of the full moon, which is the 11th of June. So in the days leading up to the full moon, and even the days after, or even like a week beforehand and after, you can just experience these heightened emotions, especially because the full moon's taking place at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree. So when we have full moons at 8 degrees and 20 degrees, they just seem more emotional, more heavy. But in saying that, it's also a full moon that lends itself to transformation and transmutation. So out with the old, in with the new. In any case, Sagittarius, I hope you've enjoyed this horoscope. If you did, please give the video a like, and that way it can hopefully reach more people. Also, I am on Instagram and Facebook if you want to follow me there as well. Anyway, Sagittarius, enjoy your month ahead. And now let's move on to Capricorn. Hi Capricorn, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. June's going to hit different for Capricorns, and that's because Jupiter will be entering your 7th house. So it will be entering the sign of Cancer for the first time since 2013 and 2014. So this only happens once every 11 or 12 years. It's a very significant time when Jupiter transits our 7th house, because it can lead to incredible growth and change within our personal one-to-one relationships, and that's on a romantic front, a professional front, as well as our connections in general, so like friendships and whatnot. So before I get into that side of things though, I've categorized my horoscopes by segments. So we'll be looking at career and business, and then finances and property, love and relationships, children, family, plus things like travel, education, and legal matters. So that's the new format. That's the new structure, at least for June. If you like it, let me know. If you don't like it, let me know. But without further ado, let's start talking about career and business for you. So first of all, you have just recently experienced Saturn, which is the ultimate career planet in astrology, move into your 4th house in Aries, and that took place at the end of May. So this is a 3-month stint until the 1st of September. So for some of you, this could actually indicate that you're taking a step back from work in order to focus on your priorities and responsibilities to your family, or just around the home, around the house. For others of you, this could indicate a period of time where you're actually working from home, or perhaps you are looking at procuring office space during this 3-month stint. On a different note, we are going to see Saturn square Jupiter. So that would take place on the 15th of June. So Saturn in Aries in your 4th house, square Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house. So this could see you experiencing some kind of push and pull energy as it relates to career and business, where you're having to really, categorize or prioritize between your responsibilities to your family and your home life versus your commitments professionally speaking. So there may be a bit of tension around the middle of the month. So that's 15th of June through till about the 19th of June, because we're also going to have Saturn square Neptune take place on the 18th or 19th, depending where you live in the world. So on a different note, we're going to have Venus transiting the sign of Taurus from the hang on, let me double check that, from the 6th of June through till the 4th of July. So Venus transit the 5th house can actually indicate a time where you are experimenting in an entrepreneurial sense. So maybe you're looking at starting your own business, or you're just working creatively on your existing business if you do own your own business or company. That's an indicative, this is an indicative period of just having lots and lots of creative energy and feeling like things are going well in your business if you do own your own business. To be honest, there's not too many activations here to your 10th house, which relates to your public persona and career. But in saying that, your 6th house will be activated by the Mercury and Jupiter conjunction on the 9th of June. So that'll be at 29 degrees in your 6th house. So around the 9th of June, there may be some kind of important decision that you are making as it relates to your career. So this could be the decision to apply for a job or walk away from a job, or maybe you have an important professional conversation around that time, whether it's just a conversation in passing which leads to something down the track, or it could be an interview around that point. So look, the sun is transiting your 6th house, which represents your day-to-day working life. So the sun going through your 6th house for the first 3 weeks of June does indicate that you're wanting to shine in your workplace. You're wanting to have people take notice of the good work that you are doing. It's a time where you may experience the need to, I suppose, use your problem-solving skills more than usual, and that's because the sun going through the 6th house can just shine a light on what isn't working and what isn't going well. But the sun going through the 6th house is actually a period where you can experience a lot of productivity. Now, lastly, as it relates to career and business, on the 24th or 25th of June, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see the annual Sun-Jupiter conjunction taking place. But this time it's in the sign of Cancer, which is very exciting because Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer. So 3 degrees is the Gemini degree, so it relates to collaboration, clients, co-workers, business ideas, contracts and whatnot. So there may be important contracts that you are signing, or even verbal agreements that you are entering into around maybe 24th, 25th of June. So on a different note with that, if you are wanting to approach someone, if you want to work in business with them, if you want to approach someone that you feel would be a good fit as a client, or put forward some kind of business proposal, that is the time to do it. We've also got a new moon in Cancer taking place on the 25th of June. So the new moon in Cancer is conjunct Jupiter, which is very, very exciting. So yeah, there may be some kind of new business contract or proposal that you are agreeing to, or it's like the seeds are being planted with the energy or the influence of that new moon, even if it's like things aren't being signed until a little bit later. In any case, let's shift gears and look at finances and property. All right, so for the first 2.5 weeks, we've got Mars in Leo transiting your 8th house. So that's from, well, as you're watching this video through till the 17th of June. Mars will be in your 8th house, and the 8th house is related to your mutual resources. Okay, so this can see you wanting to combine your resources with another person, or in some instances, maybe wanting to separate your resources from someone else, whether that's romantically speaking or someone that you're already in business with. If you are wanting to get someone to invest in you or loan you some money, then this is a great time for you to approach that person or organization, and you can certainly, or some of you can have success with that. Of course, this is a general reading, so you're just going to have to take it as it lands and as it resonates for you. When it comes to finances and resources, Mars going through the 8th house for the first 2 weeks of June could see you taking action when it comes to things like drawing up a will, or maybe signing agreements for insurance providers, or maybe changing insurance providers. So when it comes to property and real estate, you may find that there is actually an intense focus on what are my living circumstances? Where do I want to be? What do I want to build? What do I want for my future? And the reason for that is because Saturn, which is your ruling planet, has recently moved into the sign of Aries, which means that it is transiting your 4th house. The 4th house is related to property and real estate. So this can be your focus over the next, 3 months as it relates to 2025, but maybe big decisions will be made more so in the first quarter of next year, because Saturn will go back into Pisces for a little bit, and then it will re-enter the sign of Aries again in February next year. So that doesn't mean nothing can happen this year. It's just that if you're wanting to renovate, if you're wanting to build, if you're wanting to lay foundations, if you're even wanting to get into construction, real estate, property development, then I think the next 3 months between now and the 1st of September is when you're laying that foundation, pardon the pun, and perhaps you'll be moving into that space, whether that is in terms of your work or what you're building, and it's like things can be all systems go from early next year. We do have the Saturn-Jupiter square taking place on the 15th of June. So that's between Saturn in Aries in your 4th house and Jupiter in Cancer in your 7th house. So maybe that's when you're having important conversations or you're setting these goals. Maybe there are contracts involved during this period of time, or even verbal agreements. Then we've got the Jupiter-Neptune square. So that's happening on the 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world. So again, we're seeing the activation of Neptune in your 4th house to Jupiter in the 7th house. So let me just say to you that it's possible that you may be experiencing confusion around the middle of the month, where it's like, I feel that something needs to change, or I know something wants to, that I want things to change as it relates to my current living situation, but I don't know what direction to take or how long that's going to take to unfold or to put into place. So it's something to just be mindful of in saying that this is a cardinal square, right, between Aries and Cancer, and, you know, even having Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter in these cardinal signs, and all very recently so, does indicate that there is some kind of shift or newness that is coming through, but it's being realized during this like little pocket of time. So really, you know, between June and September. If you're wanting to change your living situation, let me know in the comment section below what you're wanting to do. Are you wanting to build? Are you wanting to buy and flip properties? Are you wanting to get into real estate? I had a 6-year career in real estate, which, you know, lots of mixed emotions there, but it was fun, to be fair. Let's move it along though. One more thing, right? On the property front, on the 25th of June, there's a new moon in Cancer at 4 degrees in your 7th house, and that is the property. Cancer The Cancer degree, which is 4 degrees, does relate to property and real estate. So this could potentially indicate having an important conversation with someone else. And by the way, it doesn't necessarily mean that you need to move from where you are. It could be discussions about someone moving in with you, or setting up your house differently so that you can have grandchildren stay with you if you want. Or maybe you're talking with your partner about combining families together and you've got children from previous relationships, and it's like, okay, how's this going to work in terms of space and dynamics? Or perhaps you are looking at having a flatmate come and live with you and whatnot. So anyway, let's move along now. Let's have a quick look at health. Okay, so in terms of some challenge points, potentially around the 15th of June. And I say that because Saturn is your ruling planet. So Saturn square Jupiter, I can see you experiencing a bit of burnout, so just be careful around that midpoint. And then also when we have the Sun square Saturn, so that's around the 22nd, 23rd of June. Well, Saturn is your ruling planet, so the square to the Sun can again just lead to potentially a bit of fatigue or a bit of burnout. So these are just a couple of points to just be like, okay, take my vitamins this day, maybe get a little bit of extra sleep and not push yourself too hard. All right, so now let's talk about love and relationships. So first of all, we have Venus transiting your 5th house, which is really positive for love and romance because Venus naturally rules over the sign of Taurus, which means Venus loves to be in the sign of Taurus, and Venus is transiting your 5th house of love and romance, and therefore it's trining you as a Capricorn sun, moon, or rising. So when Venus transits our 5th house and it trines us, we can experience more romance with our partner, more heightened feelings of just appreciation and gratitude for them. Maybe you'll be receiving a gift from your significant other, but more to the point, you're going to have Jupiter transiting your 7th house. So this is super positive for love and relationships because the 7th house is about long-term relationships. It rules over our promises and commitments to another person. So in that way, Jupiter transit your 7th house could indicate that over the next 12 months, maybe there's an engagement coming through. Maybe there is a marriage on the cards over the next 12 months. And you may be thinking to yourself, well, nothing happened when Jupiter was in Cancer in 2013 and 2014. And maybe it wasn't, maybe it was just like a difficult time for you. But the reason why this is different is because the last time Jupiter was in Cancer, Pluto was in Capricorn. So Jupiter was opposing Pluto. So in recent times, we've had Pluto finally finish up in the sign of Capricorn. So it was basically in Capricorn from 2008 till November last year. And now it's done with your sign. So Jupiter is unencumbered in your 7th house in that way. I will just say though that when Jupiter squares Saturn on the 15th of June, this can be a bit of a pressure point in your existing romantic relationship or your marriage, but don't be deterred. Jupiter in general going through your 7th house can portend good things for committed relationships. And so now let's have a look at family and children. Your 5th house is related to children in astrology, and the 4th house is family. So on one level, Venus going through your 5th house in the sign of Taurus from the 6th of June through to the 4th of July can indicate some kind of positive development with one or more of your children. Okay, so you can be enjoying doing something creative with them, or you can experience some kind of blessing or harmony in your relationship with your child, or perhaps they just have something positive that is happening to them and you're like, oh, I love that for them. That's really beautiful. Okay, so With Saturn square Jupiter on the 15th of June, this is something that can bring up a bit of tension when it comes to family, because Saturn transiting your fourth house represents your what's happening with family. So Saturn square Jupiter in the seventh house could indicate that there's maybe a moment of tension around the 15th of June or 19th or 20th of June with the Neptune Jupiter square. If that's the case, I'm more inclined to say that this would be with your second born child, but it doesn't have to be. Jupiter entering Cancer can actually trigger a pregnancy, and that's more so going to be the case if you're a Capricorn rising or a Capricorn moon. If you're a Capricorn sun, it could be that your significant other is getting pregnant. To be fair, your seventh house is your partner's first house. So this is actually indicative of a 12-month window where there's a heightened chance of getting pregnant. So perhaps the Saturn-Jupiter square is highlighting that journey that you're going on. So maybe you are deciding that for yourself or you and someone else in the month of June. Okay, so when it comes to legal matters, we do have your ninth house being activated here. So the ninth house is one of the legal houses in astrology. Mars will be transiting your ninth house from the 17th of June through till the 6th of August. So during this just under 2-month period, there may be legal matters that you are basically pursuing. So maybe you are bringing a case against another person. Maybe you are appealing an existing decision. There may just be some legal research that you are having to do. So perhaps you're wanting to look into the legalities surrounding we can just say maybe like the terms and conditions that would be involved with a collaboration that you may be entertaining, especially because Mars rules over your 11th house. So that's Scorpio, and that rules over collaborations, and also your long-term goals and dreams. So you may be doing some research into what would be required legally or what is permissible legally in your region or country or whatever with something as it relates to business and your long-term goals and projects. And on a different note, Mars rules over your fourth house. So there may be some legal documentation or research that you're doing into things like property, real estate, construction, and so on and so forth. For a select few of you, this could indicate that there may be legal matters that are coming up between you and a family member. Okay, so it's sad, but it does happen. Just wanted to throw it out there that it is a possibility. With travel and education, we really want to see the third house being activated for education in terms of short courses, and then the ninth house being activated for things like university degrees, learning languages and college and whatnot. So Mars transiting your ninth house for the second half of June is an indicator that you may want to travel because it is Mars, which is a very active planet. If you are traveling around that time, I see you doing like adventure stuff. So maybe doing a bit of like thrill seeking or activities, hiking, mountaineering, rock climbing or what have you, or perhaps it's just like a very fast paced holiday. Anyway, as it relates to education, you may be looking at learning a language, you may be looking at enrolling in a higher level of education. With Mars, it's really about that initiating energy, so you could be seeking out a new course, a new mentor, a new teacher. Perhaps you are foraying into the role of teacher or mentor for yourself, and maybe this is new territory for you. And let's just see your third house activations. Well, you've got the ruler of your third house, which is Jupiter, entering your seventh house. So for some of you, you could actually be engaging the services of a tutor or a coach. So I could see you working in a one-to-one capacity over the course of this Jupiter in Cancer transit, which I repeat will commence around the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, and that'll run through till the end of June in 2026. So Capricorn, that's all I have for you for this June horoscope. If you enjoyed it, can I ask you to do me a favor and like the video, because that just helps me to reach more people. And of course, if you want more content, you can follow me on Instagram and or Facebook. So Capricorn, thank you for watching this video. Best of luck with the Jupiter in Cancer transit. And now let's move on to Aquarius. Hello, Aquarius, Sun, Moon, and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. Let's start off by looking at career and business. So with Mars transiting your 7th house for the first 2 and a bit weeks of June, this can indicate a time where you may actually be wanting to collaborate with another person. Maybe you are going into business with another person. To be fair, Mars going through the 7th house can indicate a time where we're experiencing a bit more tension with a business partner, with people that we collaborate with, but it doesn't have to play out that way. Basically, Mars in your 7th house can indicate that you have a lot of drive and energy to work with other people and to move forward with combined projects and goals and, collaborations in general. When we have Mars transit our 7th house, sometimes it can be this experience of someone coming into our life and really motivating us to challenge ourselves and push ourselves, or to just basically get out of our comfort zone. And this is certainly highlighted for you in that Mars, for you as an Aquarius, rules over your 10th house. And the 10th house is related to your career and your public reputation and your public persona. Mars also rules over your 3rd house, which is one of the houses associated with clients, co-workers, and working in small groups and teams. But with Mars in the 7th house, this indicates you working in a one-on-one capacity with another person. So maybe you are coaching someone on your team or receiving a little bit of additional attention, perhaps private coaching from someone in your workplace, or perhaps your boss or an authority figure at work has taken a special interest in you. I do have to say, Mars going through your 7th house can indicate maybe experiencing a bit of tension with your boss or with someone who is higher up in the hierarchy. So I repeat, that's for the first 2 weeks of the month. So as we enter June, Mars is already in Leo, and it will be in Leo until the 16th of June. Okay, so still talking about career and business here. On the 11th of June, there will be a full moon in Sagittarius at 20 degrees in your 11th house. So this can indicate potentially having a client relationship draw to a close, or perhaps it's the successful conclusion and completion of a contract or a relationship with a client or someone that you collaborate with. On a different note, maybe this is you deciding that you do want to join forces with someone and collaborate together or go into business together. 20 degrees is the Scorpio degree, which is associated with mutual resources, and the 11th house is a money house. So it could be that someone is agreeing to give you access to certain resources or loan you the money. I've sort of, switched gears here into finances, even though I had one more thing to say on career, and then we'll firmly look at finances and property. And that's that Jupiter is moving into the sign of Cancer for the first time since 2013 and 2014. So Jupiter will be transiting your 6th house for 12 months until pretty much the 30th of June in 2026. So the 6th house in astrology is related to work. So this is our work, our day-to-day capacity. It also rules over employees. On one level, this can indicate maybe having a huge increase in workload. Okay, so over the next 12 months, you could be going on quite an expansive growth journey with the work that you're doing. If you own your own business, or if you work for yourself, this can see you having a lot of work to do and to get through. If you own your own business, this can see you just working around the clock on that business. And on a different note, sometimes Jupiter going through the 6th house can give us freedom or liberation from a job or a particular workplace. So for some of you, you may actually be walking away from a job or parting ways at some point over the course of the next 12 months. Obviously, this is a big window, but it's a transit that I'm referring to. So in general, the next 12 months, there will be a big focus on what you do for work in a day-to-day capacity. Some of you may actually be expanding your team. So if you've started your own business already, or you're looking to start your own business during this time, you may actually employ people and bring them on board, which is pretty exciting. So now let's have a look at finances and property. So as I mentioned, on the 11th of June, there's a full moon in Sagittarius in your 11th house. So this can be a time where you are receiving money, maybe a lump sum of money, maybe someone is agreeing to invest in your idea, maybe it's a Kickstarter program or something of that nature. On another level, this can see you parting ways with someone that you have been involved with in a financial sense. So of course, you know, I'm saying totally contradictory things here, but that is because the full moon's at 20 degrees, which is the Scorpio degree, and it rules over mutual resources. So on one level, yes, people can come in and invest in you and whatnot, but the energy of Scorpio is that it's unpredictable. So if there's something that's already on the table, then, you know, there may be some kind of shock or surprise as it relates to your finances and resources. Maybe it's just a big expense that is coming through around that period of time. So now with property and real estate, on the 15th of June, we're going to see Mars in Leo in your 7th house, squaring Uranus in Taurus in your 4th house. The 4th house is related to property and real estate, and this square is happening at 28 degrees. And so basically, 28 degrees is the Cancer degree in astrology. So there could actually be some kind of unexpected shift that happens with your property and real estate circumstances. So this could be someone abruptly moving out, or you having to take someone in and like let them maybe couch surf, or maybe your child who's of age is saying, I'm going to move out, and maybe this comes out of the blue and you weren't expecting them to move out, or maybe they're needing to move back in with you. It doesn't need to relate to other people. It could even just be that something comes up in your life and maybe it relates to your work circumstances, okay? Because you've got Mars ruling Scorpio in your 10th house. So there could be some kind of lucrative opportunity that comes through with career that is requiring you to make adjustments to your property and living circumstances. And furthermore, I just wanted to point out that A, Uranus is your ruling planet, and B, Uranus is actually going to be reaching 29 degrees. So that is going to be from about the 18th of June through until the 7th of July. So during this, okay, let's math, nearly 3 week, hang on, 12, 7, okay, 2.5 week period, there can be some major changes that are coming through with property and living circumstances. So there could be an exciting opportunity for you to capitalize on. Maybe you're wanting to move abruptly or sell abruptly, or again, there could just be unexpected changes that happen. And I will just say, and I don't want to freak anyone out, okay? But if you don't have insurance for your home, you may want to look into getting that before this point, just in case something happens, and that way you've got your bases covered. Ultimately, 29 degrees is the critical degree in astrology, and so things can go awry when a planet gets to 29 degrees, especially if it's a planet such as Uranus, which rules over, shocking things and changes that are very unexpected. So shifting gears, let's talk about health. Okay, so first of all, Jupiter is going to be entering the sign of Cancer on the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, which means it's going to be transiting your 6th house. So the 6th house is the house that rules over health in astrology. When we have Jupiter transit the 6th house, it can actually help us on our healing journey. So if you have health issues that you've been contending with, if you have some kind of chronic sickness or illness or something that you have just been struggling with or battling with, Jupiter going through your 6th house can help you on this healing journey to encounter the right healthcare workers and practitioners or health modalities. And Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer, so this is a very, very positive thing just generally to have Jupiter being exalted in Cancer. In terms of a couple of dates to throw out at you, so number one, we've got Mars in Leo square Uranus in Taurus, all right? So that is on the 15th of June. So Uranus is one of your ruling planets. The other ruling planet is Saturn. So Mars-Uranus square is asking you to be careful, especially on the roads and especially around the house if you're using certain tools, okay, high-powered tools or anything that involves electric work while at home. Just be really careful around the 15th of June. And honestly, I just wouldn't even do any electrical work on that date because Aquarius and Uranus rule over electricity. Also on the 15th of June, Jupiter in Cancer in your 6th house is going to square Saturn in Aries in your 3rd house. All right, so Jupiter in the 6th house of health, square Saturn, which is one of your chart rulers, at 1 degrees, which is the Aries degree. I just am asking you to be really careful around the 15th of June, and just remember that this is a general reading, so I'm not trying to get at anything in particular. For what it's worth, Uranus is going to go right over my sun at 29 degrees for like 2.5 weeks, so on a different note for you, on the 18th/19th of June, depending where you live in the world, Jupiter in your 6th house of health is going to square Neptune and the moon. So they're exactly conjunct, moon conjunct Neptune at 2 degrees in your 3rd house. So what I would say here is just be mindful of what you are eating, because there is this potential for you to just have an upset stomach around the 18th, 19th of June. On the 25th of June, we're going to have the Sun-Jupiter conjunction in your 3rd house, and then, also going to have a new moon. So that's all within 24 hours, so pretty much 23rd to the 24th of June. There's this very potent new moon energy and activation to your 6th house. So this could be a very positive time for you to do some healing work during that time. So maybe you're wanting to get Reiki around this time or do some kind of energetic clearing and cleansing. I think that if you were to do a meditation that's geared towards healing and cell regeneration around the 23rd and 24th of June, that you could actually have incredible results. And what I've noticed with Aquarian people is that they don't, like, if something happens in terms of sickness, it's usually like boom, out of nowhere and acute, but then they get over it really quickly. Like, the propensity and capacity for Aquarians to heal at a rapid rate just like blows my mind away. So that's why I'm sharing this with you, that I think you guys can actually, it's 4:44 right now as I'm saying this on the clock. So 4:44 in the afternoon. Anyway, you could have great results that come through when you're doing something around the 23rd or the 24th that supports your healing. Okay, so that can be physical, energetic, emotional, mental, spiritual, whatever. So now let's talk about love and relationships. On the 5th of June, Venus in Aries in your 3rd house is going to sextile Jupiter in Gemini in your 5th house at 28 degrees. So Venus is the planet that is associated with love and romance, and it's sextiling Jupiter in your 5th house. Jupiter is, of course, trining you as an Aquarius sun, moon, and rising, and this sextile is taking place at 28 degrees. So there could be some kind of development with your significant other where you're talking about maybe moving in together, or what your plans are for living together, or starting a family, or expanding a family further, or maybe combining families, or introducing each other to your families. On the 9th of June, wanted to flag with you that Mercury and Jupiter are going to be conjunct at 29 degrees Gemini in your 5th house. So this is trining you as an Aquarius sun, moon, or rising. So there may be something significant that happens in your love life around the 9th of June. If that's the case, let me know in the comment section below, because I am a very, very curious person and I love knowing about your lives. Even if I can't reply to all of your comments, I can tell you I read the comments, and you know, I also love love. Got Venus in the 1st house, what can I say? Just realizing now that, you know, this is the Aquarius reading and a lot of you are going to be like, ugh, barf, gross, cringe. But anyway, we've got the sun transiting your 5th house for the first 3 weeks of June. So when we have activations to the 5th house of love and romance, this can indicate that, you know, there's that focus on love. So you could actually be meeting someone special, maybe sparks are flying, there's chemistry there, or your existing connection with another person is, you know, going up to the next level. So that's quite exciting. I do have to say, because, you know, it's not always sunshine and rainbows with astrology transits, that for those of you who are in a relationship already, having Mars transit Leo for the first 2 and a bit weeks of June could indicate that you may experience a bit of tension with your significant other, but hopefully that's being offset by the sun being in Gemini and also trining you, and I suppose therefore sextiling Mars. But, you know, basically what I'm saying here is that Mars going through your 7th house as we enter June and through till the 16th of June can indicate a time where you just find that maybe your partner has less patience, tensions could be running high. But on a positive note, you can actually harness that energy and utilize it to combine forces with your significant other, set goals, go work out together, play, you know, sports that require pairs. So things like tennis, table tennis, badminton, volleyball. I like volleyball. I recently started playing that in the last year. Anyway, I'm getting lost in the weeds here. So let's shift gears and look at family and children. So the 5th house is also related to children as well as love and romance. So having having the sun transit your 5th house for the first 3 weeks of June could indicate that maybe one of your children is coming out of their shell more. Maybe there's an opportunity for them to show off, to give a performance. Maybe this is at school, or maybe they are, you know, like performing in a musical capacity, or even in athletics or something that involves sport and physical activity. Having Mercury conjunct Jupiter in your 5th house could indicate that you may be witnessing some kind of shift with them, because 29 degrees is the anaretic degree, and honestly, just having Jupiter be at 29 degrees from about the 5th of June through till the 9th or the 10th of June could be this like critical point where you're like, wow, my child, like my baby, doesn't matter how old they are, even if they're like 30, they're going through something, they're changing, they're evolving, they could be making some kind of really important decision during the first 10 days of June. So this could relate to travel, education, their job, their love life, or something of an important nature. Okay, so if you are wanting to expand your family, if you're wanting to get pregnant, or you and your partner, maybe your partner's trying to get pregnant, there is, I was going to say an opening, but there is a window of time here in June where that is possible. Okay, so having the sun transit the 5th house can indicate a time where you may be getting pregnant, or your significant other may be getting pregnant. If you're wanting to try for a child, then, put the 8th, 9th, and 10th in your calendar, okay? Because of the Mercury-Jupiter conjunction, that's very possible. Alrighty, so legal matters. Okay, so you're having Jupiter transit the sign of Cancer in your 6th house for 12 months. The 6th house is one of the legal houses in astrology. So and Jupiter is a planet which rules over the law. So there may be legal matters that come up over the course of the next 12 months. In June, what we are going to see is the Jupiter-Saturn square and the Jupiter-Neptune square. So that's on the 15th of June and the 18th or 19th of June, respectively, depending where you live in the world. So this could be a time where you're maybe initiating some kind of legal process. And by the way, I don't mean like you have to take someone to court. No, it could even just be like seeking out legal advice, or maybe this is for your work. Maybe you're wanting to start your own business and you're just needing to get some research done on the legalities surrounding that, or speak to someone in the legal professional industry. Okay, so when it comes to travel and education, to be honest, you don't really have a strong activation to your 9th house. So unless you have other things going on in your personal chart, I don't really see that being a big focus for you. But in saying that, talking about travel, there may be something coming up. If it's like business related, so perhaps business travel could be on the cards with the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction. And with Saturn transiting your 3rd house, this is, by the way, like a new 2.5, nearly 3-year transit that just started at the end of May. You could actually be educating yourself. And this could be for something that relates to what you're wanting to do with your career. Perhaps your work is going to be providing you with the means and resources to study. If you want to know more about the Saturn in Aries transit, I recently put out a Saturn in Aries video where I have predictions for all 12 zodiac signs. So you can find that on my CAISTROLOGY YouTube channel. It's a very, very exciting transit for you guys, because Saturn, which is one of your ruling planets, is now sextiling you. And Saturn going through the 3rd house can see you just massively upskilling in terms of what you are learning about business, marketing, maybe starting your own business, maybe writing a book. And, I'm not going to go into it now because I've done a whole 3-something hour video on it. Lastly, there could be some local travel that is occurring in the month of June with the Saturn-Jupiter square. So that's, around mid-month. That could be a possibility for you. If you have got travel plans in place already for more local travel, then just double check everything, tickets, dates, accommodation, because the Jupiter-Saturn square could indicate that things are maybe going awry or not to plan. And it could be something as dumb and stupid as booking accommodation for the wrong month. I've done that before, where I thought I was booking for a particular month and it was in advance, and then all of a sudden I was charged for accommodations and hotels, and I was like, but this is next month, and I just had the dates wrong. So anyway, I'm obviously ending the note on my own silly little blunders. But anyway, Aquarius, thank you so much for tuning into this horoscope. If you enjoyed it, let me know. Give me a like, maybe give me some feedback. I want to make sure that I'm delivering content that is aligned and that resonates with the audience and my beautiful supporters. So enjoy your month ahead, Aquarius, and let's move on to Pisces. Hi Pisces, Sun, Moon and Risings. Welcome to your June 2025 horoscope. There's a lot to talk about this month, especially because your ruling planet Jupiter will be moving into the sign of Cancer for the first time since 2013 and 2014. So this is very, very positive for Pisceans. I am going to be putting out a video on Jupiter in Cancer in the coming days. It's all already recorded. I just need to put it all together and chuck it up on my YouTube account. So if you haven't already, I recommend that you subscribe to the channel, and that way you can watch that video when it comes out at your leisure. But now let's have a look at career and business for you in the month of June. And by the way, just in case you missed my intro, just letting you know that I'm shaking things up a little bit this month. Instead of doing chronological order and just a mishmash of different topics and themes, I'm actually categorizing things into career and business, finance and property, love and relationships, family, children, and then also things like education, legal matters, and travel and whatnot. So if you like the new format, let me know. If you don't like the new format, also let me know. I'm going to take into account how you guys feel about it. And anyway, let's just take it away with business, shall we? So we have Venus transiting the sign of Taurus from the 6th of June through till the 4th of July in your third house. So the third house rules over things like clients, co-workers, business meetings in general, so business matters, let's say, and wherever Venus transits in terms of sign and house, this can represent where we receive a bit of a boost and things going well and things going right. So you could be getting along better with your team at work, or perhaps you may get in contact or meet new clients whom you really get along with very well, and it feels like things are very aligned. This can bring some kind of positive element to things like marketing. It can also see there being an increase in sales and deals being done if you happen to be in an industry or career that is geared towards that. On a different note, on the 11th of June, we have a full moon in Sagittarius, and this will be occurring in your 10th house at 20 degrees. So the 10th house in astrology is related to our career, our public reputation, our public persona. And when we have a full moon in the 10th house, it can be a time where our actions are very visible. Our business can maybe garner more attention. So if you're thinking about posting something online, launching a new product, launching a new business, this may end up aligning with the full moon in Sagittarius. So that's on the 11th of June. So in and around then, this is a time of you just being more visible and your actions. So for some of you, this could indicate that you may actually be wanting to walk away from a job. Maybe you're wanting to retire or to change industries. And the reason I'm talking about that is because the full moon's at 20 degrees, which is the Sagittarius degree. So that is indicative, the Scorpio degree. So when we have full moons at the Scorpio degree, there can be an element of the unexpected and something unpredictable occurring. So on a different note, you could potentially find out that your workplace is maybe changing its structure, or perhaps there is like a merger situation that's happening, or perhaps your boss or someone in a position of authority is resigning, or maybe they're even being let go. So that's a potential outcome. On a different note, for the first 2 weeks of the month, Mars will be transiting your 6th house. Okay, so the 6th house in astrology is related to our day-to-day work and also employees. So having Mars go through the 6th house for some of you could indicate that you are maybe letting go of an employee, or perhaps you are actually looking at bringing someone on board. So you could be going through some kind of interview process. Given that Mars is here, it indicates that there's some degree of effort that's being put into your work. So if it's not to do with the employment process or existing employees, maybe there's just a lot of work that you are putting into some kind of project or task that needs to be carried out. Also, as it relates to career and business, there's a couple of things I want to mention here. One is that on the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, Jupiter, which is your ruling planet, is going to leave your 4th house and move into your 5th house, into the sign of Cancer. It's exalted in Cancer, which means it loves to be in Cancer. It's also trining you, but more to the point, the 5th house is related to owning your own business. So for many of you Pisces, more so if you're Pisces risings or suns, less so if you're moons, this can see you over the course of the next 12 months, maybe starting your own business. If you own your own business, this is a very positive transit for your business. So you could be expanding that further. You could be launching new services or products, maybe building some kind of prototype. On the 15th of June, we're going to see Jupiter in Cancer in your 5th house, squaring Saturn in Aries in your your 2nd house, I beg your pardon. So this is a very initiating aspect, which we don't see very often. This is only every few years. So ultimately, Jupiter in Cancer in your 5th house, square Saturn in Aries in your 2nd house could see you investing in resources or products or something that you require or that you need for your business, whether that is starting a new business or expanding it further. Maybe it's just things like, investing in a booking system such as Calendly, which is what I use. It's pretty good. Or perhaps you are just investing a lot of your money into the startup phase, whatever that may be. On the 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world, we've got Jupiter in Cancer in your 5th house, squaring Neptune and the moon in your 2nd house. So this could be you having to invest a lot of money. It's tough because, this is a general reading. This is for the collective. On one level, I see this energy of like investing in your business or in a startup for some of you, obviously not all of you, but then the square to Neptune could be like spending too much or something costing a lot more money than what you thought. Be careful with whatever it is that you are investing in. And then lastly, for career, I just wanted to talk about a couple of things here. So on the 23rd or 24th of June, depending where you live in the world, we're going to see the annual Jupiter-Sun conjunction in your 5th house. So this is a great day to launch your business, put the idea out there, or perhaps talk with whoever you want to talk to about collaborations, or just even securing a domain name or .com, registering a business name or something like this. On the 24th of June, we've got the new moon in Cancer at 4 degrees in your 5th house. So this could relate to that whole, taking that step further with a bit of like a startup or entrepreneurial idea, or perhaps just, investing further in your existing business. So let's now have a look at finances and property. We've got Mars transiting your 6th house for the first 2 weeks of the month, and Mars rules over your 2nd house. Okay, so the 2nd house is relating to your personal income, your finances, and your resources. Mars going through your 6th house could see you actually maybe paying someone back in terms of money that is owed or a loan, or maybe this is something to do with legal matters, so paying certain figures for tax purposes or paying an accountant is possible. Then Mars is going to move into Virgo on the 17th of June. So this can see you, again, having to pay someone back, or maybe in some instances actually being approved for a loan. So that is possible. Also talking about finances, Jupiter in Cancer in your 5th house, squaring Saturn in Aries in your 2nd house being related to finances, could indicate that investment in something to do with a startup, which I've mentioned. And with Jupiter in Cancer in your 5th house squaring Neptune and the moon, so both Neptune and the moon together conjunct in your 2nd house, there could be some kind of big expense here or investment. And this doesn't just have to be for business, you know, whatever's happening around the 15th to the 19th, 20th of June could actually relate to you helping out your child, or maybe a niece or a nephew. So someone could be asking you for money, or maybe this is your significant other. So shifting gears, now let's talk about property and real estate. So first of all, for the first 3 weeks of the month, we're still very much in Gemini season. So the sun transit in your 4th house can indicate that there may be some kind of big focus on your property and living situation. So the sun is shining a spotlight on that. So maybe you're thinking about moving or relocating, or perhaps entertaining at home. On the 9th of June, we're going to have Mercury conjunct Jupiter at 29 degrees Gemini in your 4th house. So Jupiter is your ruling planet, and Mercury rules over your 4th house. So having this conjunction in your 4th house could indicate that there's a really important conversation or decision to be made about your property and living situation. So whether that's about buying, selling, investing, someone moving in, someone moving out, or just like what are my plans for the future as it relates to where I live and where I want to reside. Okay, so moving along, let's talk about health. Okay, so same conjunction here. I wanted to focus on it. The Mercury-Jupiter conjunction at 29 degrees on the 9th of June is squaring you. So this can impact your health on that day. To be honest, even from like the 5th till the 9th of June, you may experience low levels of vitality, maybe feeling a bit more fatigued. And that's because Jupiter is your ruling planet, and it's going to be at 29 degrees from the 5th till the 9th of June. When Jupiter gets to 29 degrees, you'll just notice that there's something heightened in your life. It's just like maybe mental health, maybe stronger emotions, maybe feeling like your hormones are a little bit all over the place. Or if you're female, maybe you're getting maybe your menstrual cycle is just like really different around that time. Okay, so on the 11th of June, we've got the full moon in Sagittarius at 20 degrees, and it's also squaring you. Okay, so a full moon that squares us can be a little bit taxing on our general health and well-being. Also, I don't want you guys to freak out. This isn't some like massive warning about health. It's just saying, hey, between the 5th and the 11th of June, just take it a bit more easy. Take your vitamins, take your supplements, make sure that you are keeping active and keeping your blood flow circulating. On a different note, I'd recommend meditating because your nervous system may feel a little bit fried around this time. With Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer as of the 9th or 10th of June, depending where you live in the world, this is very positive for you. Jupiter is exalted in the sign of Cancer, and then it's going to be trining you for a year. So Jupiter trining you can really improve your health and your vitality. And I get it. Things have been crap for Pisces in the sense that Saturn was transiting your sign, and then Jupiter was also squaring you. So that could have exacerbated health issues, especially since March 2023, with a highlight from May 2024. That's when Jupiter first entered Gemini. But good news, Saturn has now left Pisces as of the end of May. So the 24th, 25th of May, Saturn finally moved out of the sign of Pisces. So tell me, are you guys feeling different? Like how are your vitality levels? Especially let me know after, let's say like mid-June onwards, or more towards late June, how you're feeling. With Jupiter squaring Saturn, and then Jupiter squaring Neptune on the 15th and the 18th or 19th of June, depending where you live in the world. There may just be a little bit of burnout around this time or fatigue. So I don't say this to freak you guys out. You know, Jupiter's going to be trining you. Cancer season is starting from the 21st of June. So, you know, from then things are going to start improving more and more and more. And also we've got the Sun Jupiter conjunction taking place on the 23rd or 24th of June, depending where you live in the world. And then the new moon in Cancer on the 24th of June. So the annual Sun Jupiter conjunction is super special for you because Jupiter is your ruling planet and it is exalted in the sign of Cancer. So you may want to do some kind of meditation or goal setting, not goal setting, like journaling when it comes to the new moon and the Sun Jupiter conjunction, in terms of how you want to feel, increased vitality and just having more energy and that kind of thing. So let's talk about love and relationships. Well, Jupiter entering the sign of Cancer is very, very positive, which means that Jupiter's transiting your 5th house for the next 12 months. If you're single, then this can indicate potentially meeting someone special during this 12-month window. If you're already in a relationship, then this can be, you know, you potentially looking at taking things to the next level with your significant other. It does need to be said though that Jupiter squares Saturn on the 15th of June and then Jupiter square Neptune on the 18th or 19th of June can put pressure on your existing romantic relationship, whether this is someone that you're seeing casually, like that you're dating, or even if it's, you know, your significant other. Then just know that those dates, you know, there could be just a little bit more pressure on your connection or on your relationship. Mars is going to transit Virgo from the 17th of June through till the 6th of August, so just under 2 months there. When Mars goes through our 7th house, we can experience like not having as much patience for our significant other, but ultimately it can be a very positive transit for actually setting mutual goals and working towards them, and maybe like working out with your partner. So just in terms of physical exercise, that could be a way to redirect that energy. And for those of you who are in a committed relationship, Mars going through your 7th house could see your partner working out. So maybe, you know, they're hitting the gym or they're more physically active. So you could find yourself being like more sexually attracted to your partner, and this could actually spice things up in your relationship potentially. Okay, so with family and children, having Jupiter go through those last moments of Gemini for the first 9 days of the month could be putting some pressure onto your family situation. So that could be with your children, that could be with your parents or family in general. So there could be important conversations or decisions that are being made as it pertains to your relationship with your family, or very important conversations that are being had, with a spotlight on the 9th of June, because this is when we're going to have the Mercury-Jupiter conjunction at 29 degrees in your 4th house. So it's just like important convo with mum, with dad, with someone that, you know, is a family member to you. So it could even be a sibling, it could be your children. On a different note, this could be you making important decisions on behalf of your family. So this could be decisions for your parents. So maybe this is to do with like live-in carers or aged care facilities, or who's going to be a caretaker for them, or maybe it's to do with your children. So maybe it's like what life do we want them to have? How do we want to parent them? So important decisions could be made as it relates to your children. And let's just see. So with Jupiter transiting your 5th house, this could indicate a time where or 12-month window where you're focusing on maybe expanding your family further. So this could be getting pregnant, maybe your significant other is getting pregnant during this time. Maybe you are meeting their children from a previous relationship or marriage. The conversation could be raised about fostering a child or adopting a child. And as it relates to your children, let's say you've already got children, Jupiter going through your 5th house could indicate that there is some kind of important new development that is occurring in their life over the course of the next 12 months. So if there's some kind of issue in terms of health that they've been experiencing, then this could be a blessing on their life where they are going through a healing journey. It doesn't mean that as soon as Jupiter hits, you know, like all of these shifts just happen. No, this is all happening over the course of the next 12 months. So, you know, for some of you, your child could be getting married. Maybe you're becoming a grandparent with Jupiter transiting your 5th house, or maybe they're going to be traveling abroad or starting university or college. I do have to say that with Jupiter in your 5th house squaring Saturn in your 2nd house and then squaring Neptune and the moon, so 15th and then 18th/19th of June, this could be a time where tensions are maybe running a little bit high with you and your child, or a child in your life. Even if it's like a stepchild or, you know, your niece or your nephew, there may just be something that kind of comes up around mid-month to be addressed. But overall, Jupiter being exalted in Cancer and transiting your 5th house portends positive things for, you know, the umbrella term of children in your life. So Pisces, in terms of legal matters, we do have Mars transiting your 6th house, which is one of the legal houses. So for the first couple weeks of the month, there could just be some legal matters that you need to attend to. So maybe you have engaged the services of a lawyer or a solicitor. Maybe you're just seeking out legal advice. With Mars going through your 7th house, there could just be talks of a legal document being drawn up, or, you know, who had agreed to what, because Mars rules over your 9th house, which is Scorpio. So it could just be like really getting to the bottom of what are the conditions of potentially an employer-employee agreement, contract, etc., etc. You could be going through a renegotiation period during that period of time. So again, this would be the second half of June with Mars in your 7th house. And with travel, Jupiter transiting your 5th house could indicate that there may be opportunities over the course of the next 12 months for travel, for leisure and for pleasure. And when it comes to education, Jupiter is the planet of higher education and wisdom and knowledge. And of course, it is your ruling planet. So actually, Jupiter going through your 5th house is indicative of you learning new things for the fun of it. So you could really be discovering new hobbies, new passions, new gifts, new talents, and maybe you're just learning things because it gives you joy, it gives you pleasure, and so on and so forth. So Pisces, thank you so much for watching your June horoscope. If you enjoyed this video, please do me a favor and please give the video a thumbs up. Enjoy your month ahead, Pisces, and I'll see you guys in my July video.